All right, so we have reached the bottom. If you have been with us through the water column, you saw us go through kind of a forest of jellies, which look to be of the genus Paralia. If you look in camera 2, so the Sirius camera, you can see some of those jellies floating above D2, and there's definitely an abundance of them.
Yeah, we've seen like 10 or so at this point.
There's
Very
one
pretty.
that looks like just to the right in the main HD camera, floating close to the bottom. And there's been a lot of marine snow or like stuff floating around in the water as we've headed down today also, which could be indicative of a lot of nutrients in the water coming down from the surface.
Oh, we got a jelly in view. Beautiful.
I don't know what is right in front of us, but once we are set up, we will try to take a look. Got a little hermit crab right there.
Yeah, seeing some trails in the bottom. Wonder what those are from.
And our plan for today is to work our way up the side of kind of the outlet of this Quinault Canyon. We'll be starting on this flat bottom and then make our way to where the slope starts, just to the north of us.
Yes. Yeah, and yesterday we had our best luck with the steepest parts along the slope, so hopefully we'll be able to see some cool rocky outcrops that host some diverse biotic life once we get to those deeper areas. But like Alexis mentioned, right now we're starting at this sedimented bottom. Just gives the pilots a nice, safe place to approach bottom.
Oh, we got a big sea cucumber.
Ah, cool.
More jellies.
Oh, man. Hello. I love their vibrant red color.
Yeah.
They're so distinct. Oh, coming in.
We're at a depth of 1,713 meters, and we started seeing these jellies pretty close to the bottom. So
Yeah,
I would say in the last like 50 meters.
Is that pretty typical, or
I don't
no?
know.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to have someone let us know. I'll also mention that right now we're just downslope of the Quinault Canyon Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary, which protects just the upper slope of Quinault Canyon. So again, we're just right outside of that downslope, but that upper slope part of Quinault Canyon, there are 4 Native American tribes that also have protected treaty rights to marine resources in that region. And one of those tribes includes the Quinault Indian Nation, which they live just offshore of where we are now. So, yeah, this place is of interest to lots of different people in this region, which is very cool.
There's these little white fish, too. Be
Oh, yeah.
curious what those look like.
Yeah.
That fish is like, not me.
Don't pick me.
Pilot, this is Watch One. If you are just looking to practice zoom, that thing to the port side that has kind of the white spikes. I don't know.
Yeah, there's like branches.
That would be really interesting for us. Okay. Oh.
No, bridge. Roger, can I confirm first that we're on bottom, and if you'd like us to shift to the A-frame at this time?
Yeah, Bridge, ROVs are on bottom. You can shift to A-frame, and bailout will be 150.
Roger, 150. RV now, bridge. Alright, our rotation center is A-frame, and just to confirm, our move is range up 30 meters, bearing 330.
Hold that move, Bridge.
Roger.
So we're on the bottom. The video engineers and pilots are working to get the cameras ready, and we have a very large object in front of us that we're not quite sure what it is. When we did a quick snap zoom, it looked like it was kind of rolling. So when we have a chance to get a little closer, we'll take a closer look. It's hard to determine if it's biological or anthropogenic.
Yeah.
And I think next to it, just to the right, it is a pom-pom anemone, or a tumbleweed anemone.
Oh, another one of those. Yeah. Very cool. Hey, you can actively like see it making moves.
Yeah, it's gonna bump into the.
Oh, maybe we'll get to see the tumbleweed roll. That would be exciting. Yeah, we're not quite sure what we're looking at quite yet.
I think this is just a bag. This is
yeah,
not a jelly.
Yeah, you can see the fibers of the bag.
So I think this is just something that was discarded. Yeah. Possibly some trash.
Trash.
I don't think so, but it would be a good candidate for a zoom. Actually, Pilot, I think you're right. This is what we were considering earlier, so great. This is looking like an anemone that's on the bottom, but one that we haven't seen yet. So we've seen a number of different types of anemones over the last couple dives, but this one has pretty distinct tentacles where they're more pink colored towards the center and white at the tips, but not in the way that a corallimorph is with the balls on the end. So I'm going to spend some time looking at our guide and see if I can spot an ID for this one. I think that's one of these jellyfish that we've been seeing.
Oh, wow. Could we get lasers on that?
It's okay if we're moving. We don't need to stop for it.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, though. Oh, and a little gastropod with a nice trail. Oh, nice shot of a fish right here. Not quite sure what type of fish this is, but has nice big eye and almost like a pointed nose.
So I think I can get us to family, but that's as far as I'm willing to ID with fish, but this is a Mercuridae, so a type of rat tail is the common name.
Oh, okay.
We see a lot of these. There's a pretty wide diversity of species, but also even just size class. So this fish is maybe less than a meter, but some of them can be longer than a meter.
I love their eyes. They're hypnotizing.
Yeah, and they have a lot of different... the eye size varies a lot.
Oh, really?
Within this family. At least my basic observation. I don't study this family, but it seems that some of them have really large eyes, which likely means that they live deeper or have the capacity to live deeper. And then some of them have not as large eyes compared to their head size.
And like we mentioned earlier, right now we're inside of a canyon, Quinault Canyon. And since that canyon transports a bunch of clays and silts off the coast of Washington, it makes sense that we're seeing a lot of sediment and stuff kind of kicking up.
There's a little stalk, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't see the polyp, so I'm not
Okay.
100% sure, but if it could be a sea pen, but it's hard to ID that without seeing the polyps.
I see.
Got a lot of these snail trails around. You can see right at the bottom right, we just passed over a snail that was kind of half burrowed.
A little fish.
Yeah, I think that might be an Izumia, which is a type of... They're all within that family, Mercuridae, but... It's another one of those anemones. I couldn't find that in our guide, so... might have to... If anybody on shore has an ID for what type of anemone this is, let us know.
Is this like the second or third one that we've seen?
Yeah, at least
down
second.
Here?
Oh, you can see all the little shrimp at
Yeah.
the base of it. This little amphipod right on the tip of one of those tentacles.
Wow.
It's a dangerous place to hang out.
Really?
I mean, yeah, this easily could get eaten.
Wow, these zoom-ins will never cease to amaze me. They're so beautiful. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
You can see the little mysid shrimp right around the base. I wonder if they use that as kind of like a hideout.
Oh.
Because the anemone has stinging cells, so other organisms might not try and come and eat the anemone, so it keeps those little shrimp kind of safe as long as they're not food for the anemone.
Right, they seem to be like the perfect distance away.
Yeah.
That's smart. Ooh, big shrimp on the
Ooh,
right. Wonder if that's just an adult shrimp or if it's just like a different type of shrimp.
So it's a different type of shrimp.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Those
was
little ones don't get that big.
okay.
You can see if you're watching on shore in the second camera, so feed 2, there is all those bigger red jellyfish kind of floating around above D2. You can see from Sirius's camera just how many there are. It's a lot. And they're not quite feeding on the bottom or doing anything down in this region, but they definitely seem to like being right off the benthos, right off the seafloor.
Ooh, big crab.
Yeah, we saw a couple of these yesterday. I think they're within the king crab family, so lithodids. We saw one yesterday that only had 3 legs left. They're supposed to have 4 walking legs and 2, like, pinchers. So he'd been through a tough time. But and we saw one that was like burrowing itself into the sediment. We weren't quite sure what that behavior meant or was for, whether it was trying to kind of hide itself from us. It's a possibility. We have another one of those buconid snails that was right on the bottom of our screen.
This one seems to have all of its legs.
It does. This guy's looking a little healthier than
Good
the
for
one we
you.
saw yesterday. And not as, so possibly more freshly, like, molted. So if crabs molt their outer carapace. This one looks like it has less sediment and, like, dirt on it, right? Where things growing.
Right, yeah, it looks very, like, orangey and
Fresh.
shiny.
Yeah. So either it's more active and moving around more. This area might not be quite as sedimented as the other place we were yesterday. Lots of factors can contribute.
Interesting.
Got a little amphipod on the side of his carapace and some hydroids.
Man, those arthropods are everywhere.
They really are.
And what's the name again of those, like, branches that are growing kind of off the his back?
Hydroids.
Hydroids.
So it's a type of hydrozoan that kind of just, it's a little bit like, I don't want to be derogatory, but like weeds. They'll kind of grow wherever they can find surface, and so you often find them on the back of other animals, or if a coral has started to die, they'll start growing. And we have another tumbleweed or pom-pom anemone.
Oh, neat.
These guys we found out a couple dives ago. I didn't know this, that if they're disturbed, they'll start rolling. So we were kind of like, oh, maybe we should make a little wave, but we haven't seen one actually move. But Chris Ma sent us a video of them kind of rolling on the seafloor like that. So that's really cool, kind of an interesting adaptation for this living in this sedimented space versus like normally anemones essentially like suction on to a rock.
Right. Looks like we have some kind of holes that are in the ground here, and those are likely like biologic. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, probably something is burrowing. We also might have some little tube anemones. Looks like there's little smaller brownish dark purple anemones popping up. Here's another one of these with the longer tentacles that I have not really been able to narrow down who that is.
A mystery.
So we're currently, we landed on the bottom about an hour ago, and we've been working our way towards this sloped area in Quinault Canyon. We started our dive at around 1,720 meters, and we'll be working our way up to about 1,500 meters. So trying to navigate our way up about a 200-meter relief. There's something right on the left, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Another fish.
Yeah, we have another Nezumia fish.
Nezumia.
This doesn't look like a rock.
Nope.
Oh, this is, okay.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, let's take a zoom.
Yeah. Huh.
This look like a jelly.
Yeah, you can see like the tentacles on this one.
Whoa.
That's really cool.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That's so cool. Oh,
kind
wow.
of jelly is this?
I do not know.
We have no idea. We're waiting on our science chat to give us a ID.
But can we have lasers at some
Yeah.
point also, just so that we can get a size?
We did get
Oh,
lasers
thank
on
you.
it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
nice.
Okay, so yeah, it's about 30, probably 30 centimeters in across.
And so for those who are unfamiliar with some of our systems, those lasers show us like a nice measurement. And so those lasers are 10 centimeters across. So we're able to estimate. And it looks like, oh, this is super interesting.
So it definitely has like been moving along the sediment. You can see the sediment kind of sticking to the sides of this, and it looks also like the tentacles might be like deteriorating.
Yeah,
or
like
it had
weathered.
some type of conflict with another organism that may have tried to eat it.
Seems like, yeah, it seems like this jelly has stumped some of our scientists in the chat.
Yeah, so even we have some people that are more in tune with water column, and they're not sure. We have Meredith Everett, who is with NOAA, also unsure. So this is a really cool sighting.
I wonder what that, like, transparent sort of blob is at the center.
Yeah.
It looks like an organ or something, but I can't quite tell.
We've got some excited scientists in the chat. Everybody
yeah.
gets excited when we don't know what something is, even though people want us to be able to ID everything. We often can't because nobody's seen one of these before, or it just takes a very specialized type of biologist to be able to ID something that is kind of so rare.
Yeah, and so large. This is strange.
Yeah, getting a zoom in on that surface would be great. Yeah, I would say that, so that like white stuff coming out looks like what would be like the inside, like membrane inside the jellyfish. So I think it's definitely it's either been attempted to be preyed upon, or it's just slowly kind of dying.
So that's kind of like an injury.
Yeah, it looks like what would be inside is starting to come outside.
Oh, wow. Uh-oh. Wow. Wow.
So I'd also be curious if one of the reasons we don't really see we're seeing one that looks pretty starting to degrade, so not doing so hot. It might be that normally those types of jellyfish aren't seen on the bottom.
Right.
And so if it's normally living up in the water column, it would be much more elusive to us being able to try and track it down. But I'd be curious if later on we hear from any people that study water column or jellyfish, if they've seen any of those before, or if there's any of them in a museum somewhere.
Love these discoveries, just a fun reminder of why we come out here, just as explorers. So much that we don't know.
So Ashley Maranzino, who's with us from on ship from NOAA Ocean Exploration, thinks it might be a dead big red jelly, which is of the genus Tiburonia. And yeah, she sent a picture in our chat that it definitely kind of looks like it could be that.
Oh, yeah, if it was alive or
healthier.
Healthy, yeah. Oh, another jelly.
There's a lot of these jellies floating around. If you swap over to camera 2 and take a look at the Sirius view, you can look down and see they keep floating by in the water column between Sirius and Deep Discoverer.
And for those at home who are kind of unfamiliar with our ROV setup, right now we have 2 ROVs that are deployed. So That main camera 1 view is the camera that's mounted on D2 or Deep Discover ROV, and then kind of that overhead view is the second ROV, which is called Sirius, that kind of has a look onto D2, and Sirius is connected to the ship. So that's kind of the setup we're looking at now. Gives us a great look into the water column here. And so Bob Carney, who's a scientist in our science chat here on board, just sent us a cool link to what we think that giant jellyfish that we just saw was, called the big red jellyfish, which is an extraordinary animal that we don't know a lot about. We do know that it's big and red, and they can reach about 1 meter across and live in the deep ocean. And that red color is actually a really great camouflage because it appears black when it's in the surrounding darkness. But since we have our light shining on it, we can see that it's red. And it seems to have been spotted in different parts of the Pacific Ocean, in California, Hawaii, and Japan, at depths between about 600 and 1,500 meters. And they're super strange. We don't really know a lot about them. We don't know what they eat. So it was a really, really great find. Thanks for sending that link, Bob.
So we are still making our way over to where we should have a bit more of a sloped ascent. We've been seeing a lot of these Paralia jellies up in the water column. So if you have the view of from Sirius, which is camera 2, you can see them all kind of bobbing around D2. And then we've seen a number of anemones, both some of the tumbleweed anemones and then a couple types of other anemones. We saw a really large jellyfish that was kind of bopping along. Here we've got a little hermit crab.
Interesting. Oh, its shell has a lot of sediment on it.
Yeah.
Its house does look too big for him, yeah.
Well, he might have moved into a new place to grow a little bigger. So
That's
hermit
fair.
crabs don't grow their own shells. They move into shells that other organisms, so gastropods, have made. So he's possibly living in a shell from a past snail. We've seen those buconid snails crawling around the sediment, and this guy took over one of those houses. Oh, we have a sea star coming up. Pilot, if it's possible to take a zoom on this sea star, that would be appreciated. If you can take a zoom on this sea star, that would be great.
Looks like there's a sea star on the sea star.
Yeah, might be a brittle star on top of this.
Just cuddling.
Oh, wow. Look at this
Oh my
guy.
gosh.
That is an armored sea star if I
Oh,
ever saw one.
dang. He's like, do not mess with me.
I think so. I think it's
Is it it's just covered in mud?
Yeah.
Looking
And
a
look,
little
it's like
dirty.
it's got its arms like intertwined in the spines of the sea star.
I guess it's a safe spot.
If I was him, I'd try to use that to get off that muddy bottom also.
Yeah. Be a good way to get off that sediment, maybe clean himself off a little bit.
Yeah.
Chris Ma.
Hi, Chris Mom.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, I'm delighted to be back again, and you're just having such an eventful day. I wish I knew more about jellyfishes.
I know.
So this one is actual. I wish I knew. So anyway, this one's an easier mystery to solve in some respects. This looks like what's called Hippisteria. I think it's Californicus. This is one of those sea stars that we often find feeding on corals. It
okay.
seems a long ways away from any kind of coral colony. I don't know why, but there's a whole bunch of sea stars that feed on corals, and they always have these big spines on them. And there's increasing evidence that a lot of them are related. Evoplasoma, for example, has big spines. So this one is probably between meals, crawling its way across the sea bottom, and it's increasingly clear that a lot of these big animals serve as, I don't know what you'd call them, havens, mobile habitats for smaller things. In the tropics, in shallow water tropics, sea stars turn out to be, like little brittle stars, various just associate animals clamper on and ride them around like kids on a truck, So is that what's happening here? I don't know. But it does seem like that brittle star clambered out of the sediment. But, I mean, that's not necessarily true. It could have gotten up there to, to accomplish any number of things that aren't clear to us right now. So a lot of times, a lot of these associations, if that's truly what they are, you have to have some out-of-the-box thinking, to look at all plausible possibilities. The brittle star itself, knowing what it is, doesn't immediately help. It looks kind of like an Okeacanthid, so maybe it's trying to, clear off some of the sediment on the spines.
Interesting.
And, of course, when we pass the sea star, the first thing we see is there's another big jelly. So,
oh, my goodness. Yeah, it looks like, do you think it's the same one, similar to what we saw before?
Oh, I hope so, because if Alan Collins is watching right now, he needs to see that thing. Cause
definitely.
That is the craziest thing I've seen in a while. And I've seen Tiburonia, so I don't know. I mean, why is it upside down? That's the
what
thing
is
about
it doing?
Look at it.
Yeah.
The arms are up.
Yeah, the arms are up.
I mean, it's like an upside down moving jellyfish. That's crazy.
But it also looks, it doesn't look the same. So I think this is another individual from what we saw before, and I think it also looks like it's not doing so well.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious why there might be multiple that seem to be.
Well, I mean, that might be the normal state of things for these animals.
Interesting. We have
look, it's weird.
Jenna Hill said it looks like a Roomba.
Oh my God! I mean, it's so. I don't even know what to call it.
What is this?
That is the craziest. I'm sorry. I just have to say this. That is the craziest shit I've ever seen. I know that's probably violating something. That is nuts.
Yeah.
That is nuts. And I say that as an animal as a person that studies echinoderms.
Oh, looks like we're approaching another ruling.
Well, hopefully Alan will take a good look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that another? What's that?
I think that's another type of jelly on the seafloor. I don't know if that's the same one.
Oh, that's one of those Ropalia things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that one looks like one of those bentopelagic, yeah. Anyway, I called to say my piece, and I did it, and whatever other damage I've done. So thank you so much. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chris.
It's good to hear your voices.
Yeah, thanks,
Chris. Always great to hear from you.
I'll be chiming in again.
Sounds good. Alan Collins says he will try to figure out what this big red jelly is, but we will keep zooming around while we wait in anticipation for that. Here's a group of anemones, so I think this might be a little rock underneath.
Hooray! First rock sighting of the day.
And
very exciting.
It is very well occupied.
Yes.
Meaning that maybe there's some more life to be found as we start to move up this slope. And I also perked up when Chris Moss said that that's a coral-eating sea star, because hopefully that means that we're not too far from where it might have been feeding. You never know.
Right, yeah.
We have another kind of sea star, different one on the sediment.
And as a reminder, we're still at about 1,695 meters at depth in Quinault Canyon, which is offshore central Washington. We've already seen a lot of really interesting jellies that we're investigating. And right now we're just continuing on the bottom of this canyon, but soon we'll be heading upslope, and we'll hopefully look at some steeper faces. Is that another anemone of some sort?
Yeah, so we haven't seen these ones. I'm curious if it's a different type of Liponema, these tumbleweed anemones, because of the way that the tentacles are kind of all across the surface instead of like in a ring around the mouth. I mean, they are in a ring around the mouth, but the way that they look to us is that they're just kind of full with tentacles coming out.
Right.
In fact, I think we have we have the one that's this white with a thicker tentacle variety on the right, and then on the left is that pink Liponema, which we're kind of more used to seeing or has been ID'd before in this area. And there definitely seems to be some color variation within the individuals of this type of anemone, because we've seen some that appear. Oh, there's a little
crab! Do you think this one's hiding out for protection?
Probably.
Joined by some shrimps. Cute. Looks like we're kind of entering a little bit of a steeper slope region, which you can kind of see in the camera view. So is that that's the tumbleweed variety?
Yeah, so this is a Liponema, which is a genus of anemone that has the ability to roll on the seafloor. So they don't attach in the same way that other anemones do to rocks. Like the ones we just saw that were all attached to that rock. These don't seem to do that, or they don't need to. Maybe they have the ability to, but they don't have to do that. And then I think like the little anemones coming out of the ground, or the little tentacles might be tube anemones, so a different group, but also where they feed with their tentacles and the stinging cells, and the mouth is in the center of the organism. And they seem to be very... Oh, there's a little copepod.
Testing his limits.
They seem to be very sensitive. I think even just sometimes the motion of the water from the vehicle gets them to start moving there. You can see it moving its tentacles around, and they can move all of them independently, which is really cool.
So do they just eat like anything that comes by?
I mean, yes, but probably mostly like small crustaceans that are in the water.
Okay.
But I would also say, oh, there's a little shrimp.
Oh, hello.
I would also say there's probably not a ton of information about the specifics of what these anemones eat, just because
interesting.
They're really deep and it's hard to study that.
Right. And so for those at home who are kind of unfamiliar with some of our camera systems, D2 has kind of two main cameras. It has the HD camera that you're probably seeing on at home. That's is like the main view off of D2, and then there's an additional still cam, which can take super amazing high-resolution shots and stills of the creatures that we're able to see, and we have a really amazing videography crew on board who works to take beautiful images and edit these images to be distributed to the public. So that's kind of the camera situation here.
So if you're watching, you can go to stream 3 and you can see the still camera is in the right quadrant of that view.
Oh, neat.
Oh, I like ripples.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting.
Huh. Just a purple blob.
Well, I think we might have a jelly on top of an anemone.
Oh. Interesting. Yeah, do you think it's eating it?
Don't know yet.
No,
I'd like
interesting.
to see closer.
Or maybe even the harder question, who's eating who?
That is a hard question.
I don't know. It looks like the
there's a little
anemone's
crab under
winning.
that too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, let's get a nice close-up of this.
Oh, yeah.
Love species interactions, love
Yeah.
predatory events even more.
Yeah, this is fascinating. We got Meredith Everett in the science chat saying that she thinks it's the anemone is eating that jelly.
Look at the crab.
Oh.
He's like just waiting to get the scraps.
Yeah.
Crabs are normally scavengers, so it'd be happy to have, I think, anything left over after this.
Wow.
Yeah, I bet this anemone. But it's curious because an anemone is not going to be able to like reach out and grab. So it might have just been a very by chance situation that this jelly kind of rolled across the anemone and it was able to kind of grab onto it with its tentacles. So it's also kind of cool because this is two different. They're within the same phylum, so they're both cnidarians. But to have the anemone eating the jellyfish is kind of like taking a snack on your cousin.
That's a lucky encounter.
That's cool. I've never seen that before. And you just
Wow.
asked about what do these eat? And
Yeah, I
I'm like,
was just thinking that.
crustaceans, but apparently also cnidarians.
Oh, wow. That's neat.
And that's the second time we've seen kind of that little juvenile crab hiding under one of these anemones, so that might be a tactic for them to make it to maturity and be able to kind of fend for themselves.
So is the crab protected from the like stinging cells? Because it looks to be like kind of like touching the.
Yeah, I don't really
tentacles.
know. I don't know if this is a known interaction.
Interesting.
But it might be able to tolerate some level of stinging or just be elusive enough that the anemone doesn't really pay attention to it.
Oh, I see.
There's some slope for us.
Yeah.
You can see we're
Some-
starting to head uphill.
Oh, another trail.
Yeah, some more of those buconid gastropods. There's also just to the... is that a holothurian?
On the right?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Okay.
I can't quite tell.
It's a very chunky starfish coming up.
Really enjoy following all these like paths on the seafloor, like kind of like etched in. Ooh.
Yeah, we'll just take a
Yes.
quick snap zoom on this. So it's one of these sea pigs,
Oh.
but it's different than the ones we were seeing yesterday. So the front, the head of the sea pig. Oh, we have somebody
someone
on the
calling
line.
in?
It's me.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for the starfish.
Okay.
But yes, this is an elasiopod sea cucumber, similar to the ones we've been seeing. So I was saying Panicia, but Dr. Carey thinks that there's also the possibility that this is another genus known as late Megon or some such thing. And they are very similar. Mbari has been calling this Panicia moseley.
Okay.
And I am not a sea cucumber expert. So I will leave that to the sea cucumber people to fight it out. But it is definitely more of a sediment feeding detritivore type of thing. And I know that in the California coast we see a lot of similar looking deep sea cucumbers. And now we come to the main event.
This is definitely new for us on this expedition.
Yeah.
We have not seen this sea star. Looks to be about a little over 10 centimeters in length.
Oh, 2 stars for 1.
Is this a type of hymenaster, Chris?
Oh. Well, it's a pterasterid.
Okay.
Okay.
Probably pteraster itself. So this is what is called a slime star. It is the family of sea stars that I would call slime stars. So these are weird because, I mean, compared to other sea stars, because what you're seeing is not actually the actual surface. What you're seeing is a separate membrane or kind of extra skin that covers the top. This is called the supradorsal membrane, and there's that little peak right in the center of the disc. That's called the osculum, and that's basically a hole that permits water in and out of the chamber created by the interior between this top membrane and the surface of the animal. So the surface of the animal itself is where all the papilla, all the gills, all of the structural elements that hold up the membrane, or if you will, the circus tent in between it. They're called slime stars because if we collected this, you would have the unfortunate duty of having to pick this out of the collection drawer amidst probably a godly amount of slime and mucus created by the stress of creation, of having brought this animal up. I've done this with several taxa. Not every group I've seen necessarily does that, but you would be the experimental evidence to determine whether or not this particular species, whatever it happens to be, is actually an efficient producer of mucus, which we're not going to test, I think, for your benefit. If we could also just take a quick zoom at that brittle star when we get done with the crab. I'm just curious to see which species. We're seeing all of these brittle stars sort of with their discs buried in the sediment. And I think this is probably I guess we're leaving. But I think this is all probably Ophiomusa, which is one of the more common deep water species of brittle stars, and they're actually quite widely occurring. They're, even though we're seeing it off the coast of Oregon, if that's indeed Ophiomusa limani, I've seen these in Australian waters, in the other hemisphere, so quite widely occurring. And here's one we're coming up on right there. So no shortage of them, but taking a look at the disk, I can tell for sure what it was, but in all likelihood, it's probably the same thing. And interestingly, from what I'm told, in spite of being present all around the world, there's...
Can we take a zoom on that?
How should we say? Not a lot of possibility.
Right in the middle
of
of the screen.
Species.
That's some type of egg case from a skate or a ray. Yes. Sorry, Chris.
No, that's fine. I think that's just as well. I was done. Anyway, thanks so much.
Yeah,
thanks, Chris.
We'll be talking again, I'm sure.
Yes. Please call back.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so this is, that was Chris Ma from the Smithsonian National, NMNH, and he was giving us some information about the sea stars that we've seen and the brittle stars. This looks like an old discarded, like a already hatched egg case of some type of shark or ray. So they normally lay their eggs. I've seen them attached to corals before, so especially like cat sharks will attach their egg cases. They won't attach them. They'll release them and they get attached to a coral so that they're kind of up in the water column and oxygenated as the embryo develops, and then when it's ready to hatch, the little shark or the little ray will swim away. And so this looks like one that has hatched at some point, and this is just the case left over. But that's interesting to see that at somewhere there is a nursery happening.
I'm not going to lie, Alexis. I thought that looked like a mask, like a COVID mask. So I was about to be like, it's debris, but no, I love that. It serves a purpose.
And we've got a couple brittle stars here. As Chris was saying, they kind of have their oral disc often buried, like this one on the right. And he thinks that there might be a species that's pretty ubiquitous, so he's found off of Australia as well.
And do they bury that like central disc just to kind of stay unseen?
It might be, yeah. I don't know if the behavior is totally understood. I know that
interesting.
I know that shallow water ophoroids will kind of hide during the day, so they're very they have photophores in their arms, so they can sense light. And if we can just snap on this anemone when you have a chance, I think this is another kind of jelly and anemone situation that might just be a good interaction to get on video.
Yeah.
I think this is good. There's another one of those juvenile crabs hiding under that anemone also. I know. And so Alan Collins from the Smithsonian shared with us that commenting on the big purple jellies that we saw earlier from George Matsumoto at Imbari, so the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, confirms that he thinks it is Tiburonia, which is a genus of jellyfish called the big red jelly. And he said we may have witnessed something really cool and unusual by being able to look at under the umbrella. So look at the bottom side of the jellyfish. Through the pits in the sub-umbrella, some white balls are visible. Those may be brooded juveniles, which are suspected of Tiburonia but never confirmed, which is really cool. So that means that that's how they're brooding their new the juveniles are like babies. And so when I thought maybe it was like the inside of the jelly coming out, it might be that's essentially going through the process of reproduction.
And Alan, I'd be curious because it seemed that it looked like upside down, and so I'd be curious to know if that's just something that they do, or if it was that way for a reason. Got another sea star here.
We do want to work our way to continue to move up the slope, just so that we can try and get to the top by the end of the day today. So that's something to keep in mind as we're going. We'll take some zooms, but we are gonna, So Colin thinks that the purple jellyfish was dying, so going through senescence, which is we talk about with octopus also, and they kind of just start to look, ooh,
ooh, some rocks. Getting excited with some life on them.
So we definitely have some outcropping here.
Yeah, looks like there's a lot of sediment that has settled on the top of it. You can see a little bit of foliation, which are those linear lines. But
we have a sponge right here that is a probably a type of glass sponge. So very sedimented on the outside, but you can see the inside is really pristine, and so it's filtering water from the outside through to the inside. Pilots, is this something that we might be able to do a collection at? Yeah.
Oh, it looks like a moving hermit crab in the distance.
Got a hermit crab. There's a lot of flytrap anemones right here.
Oh, yeah.
See that one that just retracted all its tentacles? So we've requested to do a collection here. We're really interested in the corals and sponges of this area, and a lot of the sponges specifically have not been collected, and a collection is really vital in order to be able to ID them. So we are going to see if the pilots can set up and attempt a partial collection of this sponge. Yeah, pilot. Yeah, yes. That would be good. Whichever orientation is best for you to make the collection. We just want a piece that is probably about 10, at least 10 centimeters. Sounds good. Did we get a shot of this with lasers on? There we go.
So Alexis, most sponges are filter feeders. They pump water through their orifices and collect things, right? Does this one do it in any particular way? I know some of them are structured in a way that flows water better.
They do that, so they're filter feeders. There are certain sponges that are considered carnivorous, and this is not one of those. So, all of those little openings when we were really close zoomed in, that's where the water would be filtering through, and so it's pulling essentially the water from the outside where it looks really like mucky through, and it's filtering out whatever is in there that it can use as nutrients, and then it's releasing that water. So if you were to put like a dye on the outside, you would likely see it flow through because of the way that the water is flowing through the sponge.
Okay, and so that's why it looks dirty on the outside, is because that's the intake?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that likely isn't it's less protected than what's on the inside. It definitely seems to be that the sponge has a way of preventing that growth from happening or that sediment from accumulating. I'm going to let the pilots work. I think it's going to be pretty brittle, so it's not going to be squishy. So if you want to close them kind of slowly, we can see how it starts to break. Uh-huh. Yes. Yeah. It'll probably also just break from the contact, so the cutters might not even be that necessary for this collection. Oh. it might be a little floaty. So I would try it, see how much you can get the arm into the box before you open your claw. Great job, pilot. Thank you.
right. We're doing a few lunch changes out here in the back row. So now we have me, Thomas Morrow, and I'm here with...
I'm Ashley Maranzino. I am a benthic biologist working with NOAA Ocean Exploration. So I'm relieving Alexis right now while she gets some lunch.
And Paige just appeared in the background, so I can go eat too. Have fun, Ashley.
Thanks. Well, Paige will be able to fill us in on all this great geology we're seeing in a second. Unfortunately, that is not my area of expertise, so I will not be able to fill you all in on that. But we are seeing some great anemones. They look like possibly some flytrap anemones. We've been seeing a lot of these little cusk eels, it looks like, these little white fish. But now Paige is back.
Hello, everybody. Paige Koenig here. I'm a geophysicist at Western Washington University, and I'm the geology science lead, so I might be able to fill in those geologic gaps. And it looks like right now we're at about 1,678 meters depth, and we're in Quinault Canyon, just offshore of central Washington. And we're kind of near the mouth of the canyon, so a ways offshore, and we're heading up the canyon slope. So we started kind of at the base, and now we've gone several meters up, and looks like we have is that an eel pout in view?
I think this is a cusk eel.
Cusk eel.
Yes.
Got it.
Lots of fish down here look very similar, and they all have, most of them have some sort of eel in the name. They are not true eels. They can be confusing.
Why do they have the eel prefix? Is that just the way that they look?
Yeah, it's kind of like how seahorses aren't really horses, I think. It's just like a common name issue that people look at them and they're like, they swim and look like eels. Therefore, we will call them an eel something. So that's one of the hazards of using common names, unfortunately.
Right. I'm curious, there seems to be like several dark blobs on the ocean floor. I'm not quite sure if those are like plants or...
Yeah, so there won't be any plants, especially down this deep, because there's no light for them to photosynthesize. But my guess, we've been seeing these kind of the entire dive. They're just these really small little guys. My guess is there's some sort of, possibly an anemone, definitely some sort of cnidarian. I'm just not sure what they are. Oh, except maybe one of them just popped in, which would make it more of a worm.
Oh, yeah.
So they could be worms sticking their... some of their like filter feeding apparatuses out of the sediment and kind of catching all this particulate. And we're seeing a ton of marine snow at this site.
Yeah,
which makes sense why we're seeing all these great filter feeders, like all these sponges that we're now seeing on this new rock formation.
And we just got word that from Alexis at lunch, she said that those are tube anemones. Thank you for the correction.
Perfect. Thank you, Alexis.
And just as we kind of expected, as we kind of head up these steeper canyon slopes, we're seeing some larger rock protrusions. This kind of looks similar to the kind of rocks that we were seeing yesterday, north of Astoria Canyon, along the Cascadia Deformation Zone. These kind of seem to be like laminated and have some... Oh, got to zoom in on some...
So this looks like another... Oh, yep, I think it's another cusk eel. I'm not exactly sure why, but I've noticed that some of these guys and some eel pouts will kind of take on this very curled, like coiled form when they're in the midwater. Yeah, I don't have a good explanation. Meredith is saying eel pout. This one looks very similar to some of the cusk eels too. So yeah, and Chris Mott is also saying eel pout.
Interesting.
Thanks for the zoom on that, guy.
Yes, a lot of marine snow. Almost looking like stars in the sky. And again, just some great rock outcrops. Can't quite tell what they are from right here, but likely just some lithified sediment, meaning sediment that's just kind of undergone high temperature, high pressure conditions and kind of formed into the solid rock that we're able to see it here. And we often refer to this as kind of like a harder substrate where animals can kind of latch onto. Yeah, and if we could get a zoom in on that sea star, I think they're going in on that. Chris Ma is kind of curious about what this could be.
Yeah, so Chris Ma says that this might be a solastrid, but once we get a zoom in, I'm sure he'll be able to provide a bit more clarity on that too.
Looks kind of fuzzy from where we are.
Yeah, so those are probably, so we can see its tube feet extended out on some of the arms. But yeah, it does look even, yeah, fuzzy is a great descriptor on the top as well.
Yeah, and kind of as we zoom into the rocky outcrop, you can see how much sediment has just kind of piled up on top of it, indicating that it's likely been this way for a while, because the sediment has just been able to suspend on top of it. Yeah, very, very neat.
Yeah, and you can see a ton of life as we zoom in. We'll probably see even smaller things that aren't as obvious right now. So.
Oh, sounds like we got a call in. Is this Chris again?
Hi, Chris.
Of course, it's me.
Can you tell us about this? What we're seeing here?
I would love to. I just didn't want to bore you.
Oh, never.
So, this is a solastrid, and I'm thinking that. Wow. Okay, so I'm seeing the zoom now. It looks like a crow. I'm kind of surprised because it looks like a genus of solastrid called Crowsaster, which shouldn't occur this far south. But it's really pronounced. The genus is distinguished by having this really kind of, well, like as you said, this sort of really fuzzy surface. The what's called the pexilla or the spinelets cover the. Oh wow, yeah. So that looks like Crowsaster or something. That's really weird. Why is it down here? Okay, yeah. So this is a genus of solastrids. Solastrids are predators. The ones that we've been seeing all have multiple arms, and typically they feed on either sea cucumbers, brittle stars, or other kinds of echinoderms, or just other fleshy or other kinds of edible animals that happen to be nearby. Echinoderms, for some reason, fit that bill more so than usual, but a lot of them feed on, but a lot of other sea stars end up being food for solastarids. And so, this one is probably on its way to eating something, or is possibly eating something right now. In the event that we are in a good position, if we see that particular one again with that fuzzy top, that might be worth a collection, just so that I can verify what it is, because I'm not sure that should be here, so to speak, as far as what we know about the known distribution. It's not urgent to go back and get that one. But,
right. Okay. That sounds good. Yeah.
If we see another one.
So what's the known?
It's not.
Yeah. What's the known distribution for those guys, Chris?
So a lot of Crowsaster, if that's indeed what it is, and not something that just looks like it, because sometimes you get weird stuff, then Crowsaster occurs primarily around the Arctic, like sort of more the Aleutians, and the sort of high latitude subarctic regions. And it's plausible that something like that could occur as far south as this in deep water. And I think there might actually be, there might be something that is kind of the same. I mean, there's a Crosaster, Solaster, like blur at a certain point. So it's possible that what we saw was one of the Solaster, but just more Crosaster-like. The video is now focused on another one of my friends. This is what's called a Brisingid sea star, and so these are typically seen with all of their arms extended upwards into the water. And the reason for that is because they utilize these long arm spines that come off of the sides to capture prey. They're suspension feeders. They're predators, actually. And what happens is the arm spines that we see along the side there, they're covered with these little bear trap-like structures called pedicelaria, and they're embedded in kind of a fibrous sock, if you will. And when small crustaceans like gammariids and amphipods, small hyperiid amphipods, barreling through the current, impact on these little bear traps, they're caught, and then the sea star moves them down to the mouth where they're devoured. I've referred to these as the death Velcro or the Velcro of death.
I love
it.
That should be the new common
like
name for that.
Death Velcro. Well, they have a fairly elaborate, like, taxonomic name as it is, but for example, it doesn't seem like those kinds of things would be very strong. But we've literally seen fish like bristlemouths, which are these small, very frequently encountered fish that have kind of brushed into against those spines, and Brisingids in the Atlantic can hold those fish for several seconds before the fish get loose. So those small little bear trap things are pretty effective. I mean, if you want to talk about something that is more sort of related to something that perhaps people have experienced, if you're in an aquarium on the West Coast and you get one of these large Pisaster-type sea stars and you have one affixed to a very hirsute arm, pulling one of those off is very rude because those little pedicelaria are also on some of these shallow water sea stars, and they'll grab onto all of those hairs on your arm, and it'll take those hairs with it when you pull them off. So
oh man,
oh wow, what's that on the right? Is that a sea star?
Yeah, it seems like we're
all of the arms up.
Yeah, and kind of buried in the sediment there.
Could we see that? Or I'm sorry, I don't mean to impose.
Yeah.
Which are you looking at, Chris? Just to make sure that we're.
I was looking off to the side on the right, and there's a sea star with arms kind of upraised into the water, but it's thicker than a Brisingid.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Does that look like one of those other Solasters that we just saw?
Yeah, Pilot, if you
could
just zoom
sure.
in on that thick-looking star in the center.
We went by it, so I wasn't sure what it was. And wow, this is just quite the resplendent. Wow, there's so many sea stars in this area.
Yeah, this is it's really interesting. Do you have any initial thoughts with this sea star that we're looking at?
Oh, wow. Okay, so, yeah, this is actually different from the other one we saw. I know it looks the same, but so this is actually a mixasterid. This is called Asthenactis, I think it was called Fisheri. This is one of the more rare sea stars known to science. It was described in 1970, I think, or thereabouts, 1969, and there are probably only about 4 known to collections.
Oh, wow.
Its life habits, it's actually surprising because it's seen more frequently on video than it is collected.
Oh, wow.
And so its life habits are poorly understood. And so in fact, getting a zoom and watching whatever it's doing now is probably more important than actually collecting it. So it could just be feeding on something underneath it. But almost all of the sea stars in this area are, conceivably, unusual or rarely seen. It's hard to say exactly how to define any of that.
Yeah, we can see if we can try to get a zoom in.
Yeah, but my guess is that its arms are kind of tapered over a lot of the rock face here, so there might be a coral or perhaps some other animal below it that it's feeding on. There's some evidence that they feed on corals, on octocorals, precisely. But for all we know, it could be devouring some other hapless brittle star or other kind of creature. You'll notice there's a whole bunch of brittle stars in that area. Yeah. And so it's definitely Asthenactus. So that's probably one of the, I think Mbari has seen them before, but this is probably the first time we've seen one of these. Beautiful animal. Wow.
Yeah, that's great.
That really is. Thank you to video Roland, I guess. But yeah, it could just be that they're feeding on these brittle stars that are located in the rock face, or it could be these sea anemones.
Awesome. Thank you,
Was that
pilots
intended
and
for
video.
Yeah, thank you.
In any case, yeah, I mean, so that's weird because it's an interesting convergence because you have a multi-armed sea star, in an entirely separate family from the one that we saw with, the solasterids. There might be a pragmatic feeding dynamic there because solasterids are almost entirely predators. That's a different thing from what we're seeing with brisinghids because holding up their arms into the water is a function of suspension feeding, of filter feeding the water. So, and so, wow, there's just all kinds of sea stars here. Every one of them
looking a lot of unique.
has a story, probably. Yeah, but see, there's Hipposteria, and I think that's Hipposteria, and Hipposteria feeds on cnidarians. So I'll bet you that's on its way to
get some of those anemones.
Yeah. So it might be feeding on. Yeah, it might be feeding on some of those small little anemones, feeding on some other small octocoral, hiding around someplace. But those little anemones might be the best possible prey item. Oh wow, there's all sorts of things here.
Yeah, it's a very fascinating region.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your insight, Chris. We really always appreciate having you on call.
I almost want to just go on. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm just looking at all the different species because there's 5 or 6 different families here.
Well,
it looks like there's
and they're not all
predatory tunicates, maybe either that or a sponge right below us. I can't tell.
Oh yeah.
We did see a predatory tunicate just a little earlier. Thanks, Chris. Yep. So that's another crab. Again, it might be a tanner crab, but let's see. I'm not a crustacean expert, so if anybody else has an idea on that.
Is that like a king crab?
No, they're different. They aren't within the same group as king crabs.
Okay.
Yeah. And Meredith Everett just chimed in on the chat and said that the trawl surveys from this area have records of that Chrysaster borealis from off of Washington, but not sure who ID'd those. So again, it still isn't interesting if we see another one of those. Could be a range extension.
Yeah, and I'll also mention just kind of peering into the geology here, switch from a lot of the biofacts that we've been getting. it's really interesting looking at the orientation of kind of those like striations that we see within the rock outcrop. So whenever a geologist is looking at a rock face, we want to make sure to understand like how deposition happened, and we can always assume that the sediment deposition happened parallel to the surface. And so we'd always expect those lineations to be parallel to the surface if it has not encountered any other sort of kind of stresses. And so the fact that these are kind of angled at a I don't know, about 70 degrees, I would say, means that these rock layers have been uplifted through likely tectonic activity, since we're so close to the Cascadia margin. And so it's really, really cool to see as we kind of travel horizontally, seeing these rock layers that are kind of almost vertical. It's really, really, really beautiful. And looking at these rocks, we can see that they've kind of undergone a large degree of weathering. You can kind of see that with like the black on the outside of the rock. It's likely the iron kind of in the minerals of the rocks that's interacting with the water. And that's further evident by the amount of sedimentation that's kind of settled on there, that likely these rocks have just been chilling here for a while. And to kind of give an overview of the Cascadia margin, this is a really interesting region that we're in, offshore Washington, Oregon, and Northern California. It's a region where the Juan de Fuca oceanic plate is subducting beneath the North American continental plate, and this is really fascinating because it's called a megathrust margin, which means that it's capable of hosting really, really large earthquakes, like magnitude 7, 8 sort of earthquakes, and can also produce tsunamis. And what's kind of peculiar about the Cascadia margin is that there hasn't been an earthquake, at least a large magnitude earthquake, on the margin since the 1700s. And it's thought that earthquakes along the margin happen about every 300 to like 250 years, but that estimate is still largely unknown, and since there hasn't been an earthquake, it makes it really hard to study kind of the dynamics of this margin and help, and it's also really hard to predict like the type of geohazards that could occur. So that makes our effort to come to these locations and look at these like rock surfaces and rock outcrops like that much more important, especially since we're so close to the margin here. And yeah, once again, we're at about 1,668 meters of depth in Quinault Canyon, which is a canyon that's kind of incising through or cutting through the continental shelf offshore Washington. Ooh, some more.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of those Brazingid stars that Chris Ma was telling us about a little bit earlier. And his terminology of they have death Velcro, which will now always stick in my mind whenever I see these.
That.
And then we've got a lot of these fly trap anemones. Just a ton of suspension feeders over here with all this marine snow really falling down in this area. Looks like there's a hermit crab or a tanner crab as we get closer.
On the right there.
Yeah. There's a crab. It looks like there's an eel pout on the benthos to the left that we're coming up on.
Interesting that there's a large cluster of those fly traps and then just a singular one.
Yeah.
Just right over there on the rock.
King of the rock over
yes.
there.
Yes. This is my zone.
Yeah, there are a ton of these flytrap anemones here.
Mm-hmm.
They are thriving.
So we can make sure to try to get a closer look at some of these outcrops so that we don't miss them next time.
Yeah, so we're coming up on another one, so we'll keep our eyes peeled for anything that looks like it might be one of those corals for you, Meredith.
Mm-hmm. We got some more of those rock lineations with a heavy sediment cover that seems to be supporting a lot of like sea star life, a lot of anemones.
We're starting to see some more of those sponges over here. Looks like maybe some other sponges.
I'm curious what,
well.
There's like a white sort of thing
I think that
on
might
the
be
left.
a sponge, and then there's another sea star on top of it, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that weird, that's definitely, if it is, yeah, it looks like a sponge, but it's different than the one we collected.
Interesting, yeah. I'd love to kind of go over there.
And then Meredith says there's a coral in the upper right.
I'm having a hard time seeing where that might be, but maybe we just... Okay, we can look at the sponge and then we'll travel back up for you,
that
Meredith.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think we're gonna get a zoom on the sponge, but perfect. Okay.
Oh, looks like another interaction with some sort of sponge and sea star.
Yeah, so this is another type of those, one of those glass sponges, and Chris Moss says it might be a type of predation.
And looks like we just got Alexis back, so she'll be able to help us spot those corals. And Chris Moss says that's a Henricia feeding on the sponge. Yeah, we really appreciate you calling these out, Meredith.
It takes many years of watching video to be able to spot these guys from a distance. Right. So we have a type of octocoral coming up. We'll get a closer look at it to see what family or genus it might be. It's our first pretty big or larger octocoral for this dive. We might have had a couple sea pens so far, but nothing that's branching like this. There's so many flytrap anemones around here.
Yeah, they're really pervasive.
I feel like we need to come up with a name based off it's like flytrap central.
Yeah, flytrap central. Jellyfish and flytrap central.
Yeah, I guess it'd be Nidarian. We could call it Nidarian central.
Yeah, and so much marine snow that's just raining down from the water column. Our pilot's doing a really good job of getting us some good shots outside of the sediment, but I know it's probably really difficult in this canyon where there's a lot of motion and turbulence.
Yeah, so they're doing a pilot change in the front row with the GFOE team, so once we are set back up, we will work towards that primnoid octocoral.
And we get another great kind of overview look on some of these interesting rock layers, these nice linear foliations. Seem to be pretty cemented in there, though, into the slope. Oh, we got a jelly.
Yeah, another. Yeah, pilot.
Hi, pilot.
Okay. Yes, please. Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Wow, there's so much in the...
Yeah, so much activity.
So we're getting a nice shot of this jellyfish that we've been seeing a lot of today, from the genus Paralia. Our pilot communicated us that they are going to try and get some water column shots with the still cam today, so that's what we're trying to achieve, and then we'll maybe head back down and be able to image that coral. So this is gonna, this is a primnoid octocoral, so from the family Primnoidae, and if we get a closer look, we might be able to narrow it down to genus. There's also some ophoroids that are living on the coral, which is pretty common for this family. There's often a association with these brittle stars, or sometimes they're called snake stars because their arms are very smooth, where they seem to at some point settle on the coral or make their way to the coral and then pretty much stay with the coral for a long time. The ones we've studied in the Gulf of Mexico that we've gone back to year after year still have their brittle stars. So it doesn't seem like the brittle stars eat the coral. It seems like they use it as a substrate to get off of the sediment to possibly be feeding. So we'll get a nice close-up of these polyps, which can help with identification depending on the orientation.
Sounds like somebody's calling in. Who do we have on the line?
This is Meredith.
Hey,
Hi, Meredith.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the primnoids that we're interested in. I think it's hard to tell because the polyps are pointing straight out on this one, but this one may be Caligorgia.
Oh, okay.
But I'm taking a closer look right now.
It seems like the branching might be a little irregular for Calagorgia, but I don't.
Yeah, that's the thing that's giving me pause. And unfortunately, I can't tell if those polyps are going to close up or down.
I know. Yeah, Meredith, would this be
another possibility
of interest to sample while we're here, if that's possible?
Yes, this would absolutely be of interest to sample if that's possible.
All right, give us a second.
This type of primnoid is really underrepresented in collections from this area.
Awesome, okay. Hey, Pilot, this is Watch 1. If it's possible, could we sample a piece of this coral? That would be great.
And we got a double vote to sample from Chris
That will also give us a really good view of which direction those polyps point.
Yeah, so Steve Oskovich is in our chat, also who's at Boston University, and says he hasn't seen this one before. So if we've got Meredith and Steve stumped, then that means that this is probably a very good candidate for a collection to help with narrowing down species ID.
Yeah, we do get Calyptophora in this area too, and there are Calagorgia that are north in Canada and Alaska, and they are a little more irregular than the ones you find in like the Gulf. And so I'm going through some other images right now, seeing what I can see.
You're gonna. Oh yeah. Yeah, Pilot. We're just gonna kind of give it a haircut, so maybe 10 to 20 inches off the top would be great. Yeah, that looks great. And these ones snip pretty easily, so it's not going to give you trouble if you just twist your jaws.
That's a great sample. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think this is Calagorgia with the polyps. It looks like some of them were closing upward, but we'll take a closer look on board. And if they point up from the direction of the branching, that's probably what it is. If I had to guess, it's going to be Calagorgia fraseri, which is a species I know occurs in British Columbia, just north of here.
Oh, okay, that's great.
But it'll be really easy to see, really interesting to see.
So you said if the polyps are pointing up, if they close up?
Yes, if the polyps point up, it's probably Calagorgia.
Okay. That was a great sample. Thanks, Pilot.
Thanks, team.
So we were just able to take a collection of this octocoral. So we had Meredith Everett on the line, who is with NOAA, and she is currently standing in as the head of the NOAA Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program, and has done a lot of work with Express along the Pacific coast here. So it's really great to have her call in and let us know that that's a species that is definitely a collection is necessary to be able to identify it and confirm its range. And sorry, Chris Ma, those Astroschema were a little too low in the colony. I wasn't ready to take that whole coral with us. Oh, Heather Coleman is the leader of Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program.
So it looks like we're just heading up further upslope along the northern edge of Quinault Canyon. And I think the ROV team is going to try to practice some still images in the water column, but we'll see if that's still their plan. Ah, interesting. Oh, nice.
Doing a little wash.
Yeah.
Just looking at a little eel pout.
Eel pout.
Yeah. seriously so many flytrap anemones just hanging out on these outcrops. I think that's actually an anemone, but that's okay. They're tricky. So we have a couple flytrap anemones right in front of us that our video team is imaging with the still camera. You can see the ones more to the left are open and have their tentacles out. You can see the mouth opening right in the center there. And then on the right to the top a little more is one that's fully closed up. So when they retract all the way in, they kind of just look like a stump.
They look so similar to the anemone or the Venus flytraps that we see.
Yeah.
Like, well, I guess these are animals, not plants, but very similar.
Yeah, very similar morphology. Makes them pretty easy to identify, which is nice. Consistent.
Ah.
You see, it's a little different, Lars. Yeah, and those like on the corallomorph, the white tips are like really ball shaped, and this one is a little more diffuse. It does. I mean, they have the same kind of anatomy like that, where they have the mouth in the middle, but yeah, and there's other internal parts that are different between them, but for trying to ID them from video, it's kind of very... In fact, I'll show you two side by side later, and you'll be like, I got it. Oh, yeah. And you guys are... Yeah. Well, and you guys are doing this, honestly, so much more often than we are, that you have better eyes most of the time than we do for spotting what we want. There's a lot of, so there's the big anemones, but it looks like these rocks are just covered in a small anemone also. Once we spend some time imaging, it'd be nice to take a zoom onto the rock just to...
Yeah, it seems like this sediment has been settled for just so long that those species have just been able to latch onto the rock face without much disturbance. Yeah, I think it'd be really interesting to zoom into.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're looking over Art's shoulder.
We have a crinoid right at the bottom of the HD camera also, which is cool. We've seen a couple of them today. These feather stars. Yeah. Yeah, would you mind just zooming? You can just zoom right under that Brisingid sea star. We want to look at the surface of the rock, which... Yeah, you can see all these little tiny anemones.
There's so many of them. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I was noticing that the rocks were looking a little hairy. And it's really just the tentacles from these anemones. And I'm going to say anemone and not stoloniferan, because they do seem to be anemones and not an octocoral, which would have 8 tentacles. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, and you can really see to the degree to how fine that sediment is. It's not surprising that we had to shake off the ROV. This mud's likely very sticky and very silty.
So we started today's dive at about 1,730 meters, and we started to work our way up this slope on the south-facing side of part of a canyon wall. And so we're now currently at 1,660 meters. There's that big sea star that Chris was talking about earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a nice zoom in on that.
Oh, good.
Before, yeah.
Oh, Meredith says, and Chris also, that they think those growing on the rocks are zoanthids, not anemones. Oh, yeah. Sorry, which?
I cannot recall what Chris called them, but he did ID them earlier. Sorry about that.
Another primnoid octocoral like we had sampled before. It'd be nice if we could take a look at it, but we won't be asking to sample this one.
Oh, those fly traps closing up as we approach them.
Is this the coral we saw and snipped?
Oh.
It's different?
Oh, wow.
Okay.
It looks very... It looks super similar.
It's probably the same species. I just couldn't tell if it was the same individual. But when you're comfortable, Pilot, when Art's done, if we could take a zoom on the brittle star, that would be helpful. Awesome. Thank you. So Chris Ma says that the brittle star that's on these or Primnoids, possibly Calgorgia, is an astroschema that has not been documented in this area before. So that's pretty cool. We see them in association with other Primnoids in other parts of the world, but it's cool that we haven't had it off of this southern Washington coast before. And this one, to me, we were talking when Meredith was on the line before kind of about the regularity of branching. This looks much more like what I'm used to seeing for Calgorgia than the other one. And it does look a lot more regular and branching. We've got a little squat lobster.
Oh, yeah, just beneath.
Also.
Yeah, you can really see like the full body of the sea star in this one. The other one, it was a little bit hard to see. Yeah. This one is very prominent, which is cool.
Sometimes the orientation can be difficult just with where you can land the vehicle, and this should give us a good image of the oral disc, which is really important for helping to identify.
Yeah, Chris was saying that this is a definite new record, so very neat that we're able to see this.
Yeah, we can see that little Galatheid squat lobster hanging out down there.
Yeah, he's got a big red eye.
Nice big anemone. This one's different than the flytrap ones. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
And it's a nice close-up of the polyps also for the coral.
Oh, that center disc is really interesting. It looks like a meringue cookie.
Don't think you want to eat it.
No.
And you can see kind of why they're called snake stars. They have those long arms that really wrap around the coral branches and they hang on. But you can also see that the coral is not unhappy. So there's still polyps where the ophroid arms are. So it's not like it's ripping off the polyps or there's bare skeleton showing. So a really nice healthy coral as well as a healthy ophroid. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Wow.
Great. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Like
oh,
fish.
Wow. we got to get these pilots in the back row.
Yeah. All I see is Nav making an anglerfish motion. I do know what you're talking about.
Oh, Meredith says a blob sculpin.
A blob sculpin.
It does look very blobby.
Ashley confirms from downstairs that she thinks it's a blob sculpin also.
It's amazing.
Yeah, nice quick zoom.
Just hanging out on these rocks.
Oh, look how cute.
Oh, wow.
Got little puffy cheeks.
Oh. I don't think we've seen one of these yet.
No, we definitely have not.
That's super neat. Hello.
I'm a big fan of this fish.
Yeah.
Great. Do you think this is more consolidated than yesterday, Paige?
Yeah, I've been taking a look as we've been kind of traveling around. It definitely does look like a harder substrate than what we were looking at, and what's kind of indicating that to me especially is just the degree of kind of weathering that's been going on the outside, which suggests that it's likely just kind of been sitting here and able to just kind of remain intact, I guess. That there's not as much erosion as we saw yesterday. We saw smaller fragments that were kind of dismembered from the original outcrop.
We have a cool glass sponge on the left coming in, the kind of lacy looking sponge on the side. Thank you.
What's also kind of different about these rocks as opposed to the ones that we were seeing a little bit further south is that these kind of have a little bit sharper edges and almost look a little bit blockier. I still definitely think it's some sort of sedimentary rock, but can't know till we take a closer look. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
that's
this is
really cool.
A glass sponge from the group Ferreira. So they have this very lacy and kind of fabric-looking morphology, and the white parts are alive, and then if it's kind of sedimented, sometimes that's parts that have been are starting to degrade from the sponge.
And just recently, we got an email from Jeff Beson from NOAA, and he's done a lot of geologic work, kind of around some of the submarine channels in this region. And I was just kind of looking at his work, and he said that some of the sediment that's deposited here is from the Missoula floods that happened about 12,000 years ago. So
what?
I can talk about those more after we look at the sponge.
Yeah, so we have that sponge, and then Chris Ma identified this sea star as a hypsteria, and he says it's very likely feeding right there. So they're called, one of the reasons these are called glass sponges is because they are made up of mostly silica. So essentially, and they can be very prickly. So if we brought this to the surface, you want to wear gloves because it will kind of embed in your skin like cactus spines.
Oh, wow.
Which isn't very fun.
No.
And it takes a while to kind of get them to work their way out. But they're really intricate and fascinating. There's a lot of different groups of glass sponges that we see in the deep sea.
And so I don't know a lot about sponges, but they just primarily just like filter the water around them, like through their entire body. Is that kind of
so
what
they are filter feeders. So we've talked about there's a group of them that are considered carnivorous, so that actively feed, but for the most part, sponges just pass water through their body, and they filter out nutrients from the water.
Oh, wow.
They're one of the most primitive groups, so they are they're relatively simple in their body structure, but what they do is really complex in a way, because they're able to utilize nutrients, and they can create habitat, but they don't have quite all of the organs that other animals do.
Right. And yes, I was just talking about the rocks in this area, and we have Jenna Hill in the science chat who is mentioning that a lot of the rock here is probably semi-consolidated, meaning it's like partially intact from the Pleistocene, which was about 2.5 million years ago to 10,000 years ago, and many of the canyons in this region are filled with sediment during repeated glacial periods. And now they appear to have cut through repeat channels to that infill. So like Quinault Canyon, like we're in now, is one of those channels that is kind of incising or cutting through those sediments, which is super cool. You know, I think the most interesting part of geology is kind of connecting the past to the present and what we see now, which is this is a great place as like a representative example of that. So thank you, Jenna.
I think this is one of those Amora fish. I have to remember how to spell that.
Oh, Meredith's saying Pacific flatnose.
Yes, that's the common name.
Ooh, look at it move its eye around. It's kind of spooky. Hello there.
Antemora, not Amora.
Oh, Antemora. Okay. Man, just when I think I am good at identifying fish,
that's tough.
They're so unique.
They are not easy. There's a lot of different groups of fish. What's on the left?
Oh, yeah.
Is that a octopus?
Is it? Oh, I'm seeing tentacles. Oh,
that is an octopus.
Woo!
Yeah.
Looks like we just like woke it up or something.
Doesn't look like he has any of the like horns above his eyes. I think this is a type of muse octopus, which is a pretty general name for some of these deep sea octopus. Let's see if we have Mike on the chat. I think he had to step out, but he's our cephalopod expert, so maybe he'll feel the call of a cephalopod on screen. This is our first octopus for today, but we've seen at least 3 or 4 or 5 over the expedition. Oh, there's another skate/shark egg case on the left. That black pouch.
Yeah.
Which is the second one of those we've seen today.
Yeah, and just to revisit some of that geology that I was talking about as we peer into the water column, a lot of the compact or semi-consolidated sediments that we're looking at, those rock faces that we see, are likely remnants from the Missoula flood. And so this was during the last glaciation period, about 12,000 years ago, as the glaciers were, jelly, retreating up north. It kind of created these massive floods that transported sediment through the Columbia River and kind of deposited to where we are now. And so we can get a zoom on those rocks and see what you can see there, but looking at some jellies now.
This is another one of these Paralia jellyfish that we've been seeing through most of today's dive. They've kind of been hanging out just above D2 and between D2 and Sirius. Definitely a pretty high abundance of these in this area. We have our video clipper working on the still camera, so he's trying to get some really crisp shots from up in the water column. It's very textured on the surface of this bell.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, Art.
Nice. Yeah, so viewers at home, this jellyfish might be out of view to the HD camera, but it's in pretty much perfect view for our still camera, which is angled a little bit higher up. So that's likely why you're seeing the photo out of range.
Oh,
hello.
It's a good day to work on these water column snapshots because we've got pretty nice water column subjects. The contrast of the red with the blue background helps too. It's not trying to focus on a transparent floating object.
Right. Oh, we might get to see like the inside.
Yeah, under the bell, which is
very cool.
Always a useful image to have because you don't often get to see that side of jellyfish. And for people that study jellyfish, the under the bell is just as important as the top of the bell. maybe more important.
Yeah. It is a great day for jellies. They kind of are reminding me of Mbari, the Monterey Bay Institute. They have these YouTube videos for like deep breathing relaxation of jellyfish. And that's almost what these jellyfish videos are reminding me of.
They are very soothing.
Yeah.
Oh, there's our octopus friend.
Hello. Hello again.
Oh, we have another coral. Or is that the same coral?
Oh, on the right
funny.
there?
Coming back from being up in the water column, you get a little disoriented.
Yeah.
Pilot, if there's an opportunity to zoom on one of the tubes that's like at the bottom of our screen right now, that would be really cool. Yeah, these look like tubes.
Oh, interesting.
Like tube worm tubes, which might indicate past chemosynthetic seepage. So normally you have these lamellibranchia tube worms in areas where there is active seepage happening, and these don't look to be alive anymore, but it means it's kind of like how I saw the acroax shells in some of the other places. It might mean that in the past this was a habitat that had some chemosynthetic communities.
Yeah, and there's been a recent cruises along this part of the margin, not exactly where we are, but a little bit further north and further south, that have shown evidence for methane seeps along the margin.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be super surprising. What is that kind of clear looking thing on the tube worm? Do you know?
It looks
Alexis?
like a brachiopod, which is like a really interesting group that has like two shells, but they're not technically bivalves. But that looks like a very young one.
Interesting.
That's good. Thank you. Yeah, so that end that's got the opening, that's where the tube worm plume would have come out of if it was still alive.
Oh, I see. And so it looks like we're at about 1,630 30 meters depth, which is about, I don't know, looks like we've risen about 70 meters since we first landed on bottom at 1,700 meters. So we're making our way up the slope.
It's a pretty big, like a skate, or that egg case was actually pretty big.
Oh, yeah. Now it looks like we're seeing some more loose rocks that seem to be kind of ununiform and kind of eroded away from the main basement rock, likely just tumbling down the slope.
Is there a type of rock collection that you would want to try and make today?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would be interested to do it.
Coral.
Oh, our two interests aligning. Yeah, maybe a bit later we could do a toe test to see if these are just as unconsolidated as they were, but I am a little bit worried that they're just going to kind of implode as we try to pick them up.
So this looks like another Caligorgia, which is the primnoid octocoral that we've been seeing. And then right behind it, you can see a black little case on the edge of the rock, and that looks like another one of these, like either skate or shark egg cases. That'll be the third one that we've seen today. And what's interesting is that in the Gulf of Mexico, we see those egg cases actually attached to Caligorgia.
Oh, wow.
Different species of Caligorgia, but Caligorgia all the same. So it's kind of cool to see how close those are. It's not attached, but it's definitely an interesting observation.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because I was almost about to point out how round that kind of rock nodule is,
Yeah.
like right where that case is kind of located, which is kind of curious. It looks a little different than the surrounding rocks.
Yeah. There's some more of these tubes that look like old tube worm tubes.
Just remnants. Oh, hello, fish.
Another Antemora.
It looks like there's that white sea star that we zoomed in on earlier of Chris Moss saying that's a astroschema.
That's the brittle star that's on the Caligorgia.
Oh. Thank you.
Yeah.
Getting all my terms mixed up.
And we have a different sponge there also, so kind of like more of a vase sponge. The white sister,
oh, that was it. The slime.
Aster, yeah.
Yeah, the slime star. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, just one of these.
So do the sponges change shape, like as they, or like throughout time? I don't know if that makes sense as a question, but that one just looks like a vase, and I'm curious if it holds that kind of structure throughout its lifetime.
Yeah, and it just grows larger.
Okay.
Like that would be a different species than the one we collected.
Right.
I'm sure that it's not fully understood as far as like from from first settlement stage. Like, I don't know if it starts out in that, if it's like the world's tiniest little vase and then it continues to grow. But I think once they kind of form that shape, they kind of keep growing in that formation.
I see. And another nice rock outcrop, and we can see those kind of parallel lineations. They look a lot more rugged for some reason. That could be due to the weathering. There also seems to be like some planar intrusion. No, just kidding. I think that was a trick of the eye. Ooh, interesting step down there.
There's kind of a mound.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have as prominent of foliations as we've been seeing, but it definitely still has some.
Yeah, it's not near as angular as some of the rocks that we've been seeing as we've made our way up.
Yeah. Interesting. Ooh, what's that? White.
Coral!
The gasp! What could it be?
I do think that's a coral on our right, so there's a different kind of anemone with the white base right there, but then there's a coral with some of its branches kind of hanging down, maybe.
The distribution of like the rock bodies here are really interesting. They almost seem to like be in like flow, almost like down slope, which is kind of cool to observe. Oh wow.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. So once we get some stills, we'll get a closer look at this coral. So this looks like a black coral. It's
cool.
A little bit different than the one we saw yesterday, which was, I think we saw yesterday, an alternapathes. And this one, I can't quite tell the way that it's oriented with the branches, what genus it is, but it is definitely from Antipatheria, which is the black coral group. And so these have, they're called black corals because they have a black skeleton. So when you see the skeleton dried, it's like a shiny black proteinaceous material, whereas other corals often have more of a calcareous skeleton. And then they have these really fleshy tentacles. You can kind of see even into the polyps when we're moving a little less. You can kind of see some of the internal structures inside the polyps, and the tentacles are all the projections coming off of each polyp. These are within the group Hexacoralia, so they are hexacorals, so more closely related to like scleractinians and hard corals than to octocorals, but they are a very ancient group of corals, and they can live for a very long time. So certain colonies can live for hundreds to thousands of years.
Oh, wow.
And not really necessarily grow super huge. They just kind of can grow to a certain size and then seem to hang out. So far we've seen some permnoids, likely Caligorgia, and then we've seen that black coral, and we'll keep moving up and see if we have any other coral diversity. We've seen quite a couple different sponges, and definitely a lot of anemones today.
Ooh, what's that up on the left?
The white?
Oh, I guess maybe that is just a rock. For some reason, I thought it had little arms. I've been staring at this. I know. It's tricking me. The shadows are tricking me.
Yeah, that's a common theme down here.
Yeah.
I think you...
Oh, this perspective kind of gives us a better view on some of those kind of rock lineations that I keep talking about. I keep mentioning them, but that's mainly just because we can look to the angle of those orientations to kind of give us an idea of how maybe they could be uplifted, because we always assume that things are deposited parallel to the ground, so with no angle, and so when we see them kind of at a different angle, that's indicative of tectonic activity.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And these ones aren't super continuous, so it's pretty heavily set. It has a bunch of sediment on it, so it's a lot harder to see the actual basement rock. But this is an interesting mound.
Yeah.
I'm curious why it's so...
Moundy. We have another crab. I think it's the same kind of crab we've been seeing. Mm-hmm. Oh, is there an octopus in that cave?
Oh, he's hiding out. This is a kind of cool perspective on the rock face. You can kind of see, it almost looks like parts where the rock is just kind of like slumped off in like kind of sheets. And this is pretty common in sort of like sedimented like mudstone or siltstone. A little crab. So likely as the rock has been uplifted, it's slumped away.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this crab and then kind of crawl over and see what is up with that octopus in the cave. It might have some eggs with it potentially, or maybe it's just kind of hanging out, hiding out.
I'm kind of curious what that fracture is in the rock. It doesn't seem linear, which makes me feel like it's not some geologic thing, but I'm not quite sure.
Could we, before you take off, could we take a zoom on that crinoid to the left? Thank you. We've seen a couple crinoids today, but we'll take a closer look at this one by request of Chris Ma. These are echinoderms, so related to sea stars and urchins, but they have these very delicate arms that they're able to. These are unstalked, so they have they hang on with essentially like little feet underneath, and then they are able to release, and they can swim also using their arms to undulate through the water, which is a really cool thing to see when they decide to take off. Little brittle star hanging out there too. Yeah. I feel like I'm like staring into a vortex.
I know, I just got like hypnotized for a second.
Yeah, little brachiopods and other ophoroids along the rock also. Yeah, sounds good.
Crab. Yeah, the more we look at some of these indentations on the rock, the more I'm convinced that this rock is really soft and easily eroded, and that these creatures here have just kind of burrowed into indentations in the rock and created kind of these crevices. But this is a sweet little cave,
yeah.
where rock has broken off.
Octopus has found a very good hiding spot.
Oh yeah, this is sweet.
We'll see if we can get a glimpse. This guy might be a little too tucked in for us.
Yeah. Looks like that fly-trap anemone is kind of collapsing in on itself.
Yeah, they'll
Getting
retract
scared.
when they are disturbed. Can see some of the suction cups on the bottom of the legs, but this octopus is happily tucked away.
Yeah, he's not coming out. Looks like he got to kind of hide behind like a sheet of some of the sedimentary rock that's eroded away, which is super cool. Goodbye, octopus.
Yeah, one of the reasons, or something we've seen in the past with octopus that are kind of tucked away like that, is that they might be brooding eggs, so protecting eggs, but we couldn't really see into that crevice, so we can't be for sure. Could have just been taking a break from walking around. We have a lot of, I think these are just little white sponges on the...
Oh, that's what those little scattered kind of dots
yeah,
are?
Sometimes
I was wondering
we've been
what those
seeing
were.
brachiopods, but I think some of those, when you can see the osculum, the opening of the sponge, you can see it might be a little sponge. Oh, there's another black coral just to our right.
Oh, neat.
Okay, well,
Oh,
we
no.
can... We'll wait our turn. This looks like a similar coral to the one we imaged earlier.
Oh, wow. That black stalk is so prominent. It's cool.
Sounds good. And Pilot, once we do images of that, that would be a collection interest if it's possible. I think there's another little coral right to the right of center under the fish.
Oh.
Yeah, another black coral. This one looks more like possibly bathypathes. Has more of that, or this could be similar to the one we saw yesterday, but smaller. It has polyps all the way down the stalk, which is interesting. And if we have a chance after we get a little footage of it, will we? Could we put some lasers on this? Thanks. Yeah, so just maybe between 10 and 20 centimeters across. That's great. Thank you. Wow, this is a pretty nice wall.
Yeah, it's super steep, sheared cliff.
Got a rat tail hanging out at the bottom. Lots of these white anemones now.
Yeah.
Kind of less of the fly traps. I'm surprised by how droopy these branches are. I know that's a funny way of describing it, but...
Yeah, are they often more parallel to the surface?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I'd be curious, when we get over there, I'll be curious to see if there's polyps along the stalk, but it looks like some of the stalk might be exposed because you can see that black skeleton towards the base.
Would that be like indicative of their health, or?
Maybe, yeah.
Looks like now we're at about 1,609 meters depth. So that means we've traveled about 90 meters or so.
So look at the depth to the far right where it says 625.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at
Sirius.
I'm looking at the Sirius depth. That's totally my bad.
Yeah, this looks similar to the first black coral we saw. Has the same kind of, I would say, fluffy polyp structure, and then kind of the droopy branches, which I'm not quite sure why they look like that, but it could be indicative of the species, or it could be indicative of the environment or the health of the coral. We'll take a look once we get some still images before we do a sample or attempt a sample.
Yeah, you can see the dark kind of hard rock that it's latched onto. That's cool.
So that might also be the base of the coral, so they
neat.
will grow their
It's
skeleton
also dark?
out. Yeah, so it's black.
Nice. We also have Bob Carney in the chat, who's been looking at the dissolved oxygen numbers and saying that we're likely close to a depth of oxygen minimum zone, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so the dissolved oxygen is only 1.09 milligrams per liter right now, which is really pretty low. Oh, and I think there's a worm living on the skeleton, so you get that sometimes with black corals. Is a worm that'll essentially like make a habitat on the coral skeleton, and that could also have to do with maybe why this coral looks a little sad. Is that it might be that this worm is taking up some of the nutrients or kind of growing under the tissue of the coral.
Whoa.
Yeah,
that's
so
such a cool pattern.
Some type of polychaete, which when we try to sample it, I think we'll try and sample low enough so that we can take that polychaete with us also.
Okay.
Video, when you have, or Pilot, if we can get just a view of the base of the coral also before we, thank you. Yeah, so we can see that some of the branches towards the base have been stripped of their polyps, so there's no polyps growing on the left branches. Can you come up a little bit into the left? Okay, then don't worry about it. You're all good. Yeah, that's good. If we can zoom out a little bit and keep those, yeah, that's great. We want to see those bare branches on the left and on the stalk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, to see how there's no pink tissue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so something can't be sure why that's happened, but for some reason those branches are dead, and the base also looks like the there's no tissue on it. So not the healthiest, but still has a lot of active polyps. That's great. We can set up to sample when you guys are ready. Okay, I'll spell it. Here we go. Don't do the schizopathidae. Do BATHYPATHES question mark.
Cool.
And this is our third sample, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that looks good.
Looks like we're getting some still cam shots.
That's okay. Great. Thanks, pilot. If we have the chance, we have a request to zoom on that star that's just to the left of center. Thank you. Oh, of course.
Yeah, great job.
Yes. So we just completed a sample of a black coral that also had a polychaete living on the main axis. And now we're going to take a look at this sea star before we continue to head up this margin, Scarp Canyon.
Exactly. All of the above.
And there's a little baby brittle star, or Bersinger,
oh,
too.
yeah. Has it lost some of its legs?
Yeah, it definitely looks like it has.
Oh, wow, that star is really cool.
Oh, yeah, looks like almost squishy.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris Moss says this is possibly Amphoraster.
Amphoraster.
Oops.
Interesting.
Thank you, pilot. That's great.
Oh, and Chris is saying that these are very primitive forcipulates.
Oh, we have a dead bivalve shell.
Oh, yeah.
Which...
Old seep associate. Or they are seep associates, indicative of old seeps. Oh, yeah, seems to be several of those shells, although I can't quite tell.
If we kind of go to the left a little bit, Pilot.
Yeah, there seems to be...
There might be some shell hash. There's also a coral in front of us, so now I'm torn. I'm sorry.
We could do both. We could do both. Yeah, shell hash might lead us to something neat.
Here's another octocoral, it looks like. We'll take a zoom and see if it looks... Oh, Meredith's already ID'd it for us.
Hooray!
This is, I think it's a primnoid, so it's Peristanella, which I have not heard of that genus before, so that's cool.
Interesting. Ooh, it's so pink.
Yeah, and bushy.
Yeah.
So we're going to have some stills taken, and then we'll come in with the video on the main HD camera.
There also seems to be a lot of kind of loose rock in this area that could be interesting to attempt to pick up, but I'm worried it's going to be too soft to take. But maybe we could do a poke test.
I think they're always willing to do a poke test.
Just give it a little poke. Oh, wow. I love that color. That's really pretty. The pastel pink.
So there's another type of ophroid living in this coral. It doesn't look like the same. No, it's definitely an Ophiocanthids that has the spined arms versus a astroschema like we saw in the other corals. And there's a little, it looks like an amphipod, that little crustacean latched on there also.
Wow.
Some really densely packed polyps on this species, and they're all out and very happy. You can even see with this really great video that you can see those tentacles coming out with the little pinnate structures on each one. It's nice to get that really high quality video when the corals are in their natural habitat, because when we pull them to the surface, they pull all those tentacles in. And so you can't see those structures anymore. You'll get different qualities that you can see on the surface more closely, but it's really nice. That really strong base on that rock, too.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
throwing that skeleton over.
Really suctioned on.
So Meredith says there's 3 species that it could be at this depth or latitude, but you can only tell with either a microscope, so that's looking at the sclerites, these small calcareous structures that are in the coral tissue, or with genetic analysis. So I think we're going to pass on sampling just because we've already sampled a couple times today, but we will keep it in mind for if we see it again towards the end of the dive. Let's go to the shell hash trail.
Yeah, let's follow the
trail.
Where will it lead us to?
I really do. I love a trail because it always, like, you can get coral rubble trails, you can get shell hash trails. Sometimes they lead you to something really cool. Sometimes they don't. But it's just like the sense of adventure.
The mystery of it all. Oh, this one's really prominent too.
There's another.
That's cool.
Like Bathypathes type black coral on the left, and then this larger sea star that we've seen a couple times that Chris was talking about.
And then so many more of those flytrap anemones.
Yeah, so this is probably, these are a bivalve or a clam that would have been associated with a seep, so active chemosynthetic seepage at some point. So it doesn't mean that that is still happening or that we'll find any chemosynthetic environments, but it means at some point this area probably had chemosynthetic activity, or maybe uphill it was there, and these shells have kind of tumbled down with the current.
Oh, interesting. Oh, yes.
That is a large sponge, too.
Nice, yeah. More lumpy rock. Ooh, crab.
So this is another one of these post-area jellyfish that we saw really abundantly, especially earlier in the dive. I don't think we've been seeing as many as we've kind of come up this slope, but they're a great subject for the video team to work on acquiring still images from the water column. So we're doing a little bit of that work right now.
Ooh. Wow, this level of detail is so cool.
Yeah. We've got a nice background, too, with the Hypsteria sea stars, those ones that are predatory, and then the anemones. These rock faces are just covered in what I think were identified as zoanthids, just growing along the surface, kind of gives it that fuzzy look. Yeah, so Chris says he thinks that those Hypsteria are probably feeding on those zoanthids.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Yeah, we got a nice big sponge.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I feel like maybe those sea stars are on their way to munch on that.
Hey. Oh, it looks like there's some like rounded nodules kind of around the opening. Oh my gosh, they do look like snails. Interesting.
Yeah, they're like tiny little gastropods. It's curious. I wonder if they are somehow associated with this sponge, or if they're a predator of this sponge.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're all by that opening.
Yeah.
Curious if that has something to do with why they're there.
So Abby Powell, who is someone that works on sponges, says she doesn't recognize this sponge. So that's always
exciting.
Exciting. It is very white.
Yeah.
So intricate also with all the structures underneath.
Yeah, like the fiber
spinules.
mesh kind of.
What are you at? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
They're talking about so we have Abby on the chat who says the big hole is where the water comes out. Yeah.
Yeah, so they pull water in from kind of all around, and then they pump it out. It's called the osculum. Yes. Mm-hmm. Listen to you.
Wow. Let's go.
It's like physics.
It's just math.
We have another one of these black corals, like the ones we sampled, and a couple different anemones.
Ooh, this is a cool...
Oh, to the left, there's a coral coming into view.
Oh, yes. Coral. I'm also kind of looking at these cool rocks because there seems to be a lot less sedimentation that has settled on the basement rock.
This is a big Paragorgia, our favorite coral.
Oh, it's huge.
My favorite coral. This is a type of octocoral also, but it's a different group, Paragorgidae, and they're pretty well known along the Pacific coast here, but this is definitely something that we would be interested in seeing closely and then also possibly sampling.
What are those little, I don't know, there's like strings coming out of it.
So those are brittle stars.
Okay, so those are those brittle stars again.
Yeah, so those are ophoroids that are also associated, likely just up hanging out on the coral to get up into the water column. This is colloquially a bubblegum coral because when you look at them, they look like chunks of bubblegum. So as we approach and get a closer look, we'll see if the polyps are out, but it looks like for the most part they're retracted, so it kind of has that knobby look. If all the polyps are extended, it would have a lot more of a kind of feathery look because the polyps, the tentacles would all be out and about. So there's a couple species of Paragorgia, so I'm just going to leave it at genus just because, but these are it's a really healthy, nice looking colony. It means there's probably lots of current flow and food coming down through this canyon. So we've got our video clipper doing some nice still images of this, and then we'll do some closer imaging with the HD camera.
Hello, crab.
Awesome.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we're starting to get closer to this. And there's a lot of, there's the brittle stars, but it also looks like there is something else, that purple, which might be aplacophorans, which are a type of mollusk, but they look like worms, that sometimes inhabit on corals, but there's a lot of them, so I'm not quite sure, and maybe we'll be able to take a closer look.
Ooh.
Oh, or they could be Demertians, yeah. Bob Carney in the chat. So Chris Ma has said that these are astrochelae, brittle stars. And the astrochelae are unbranched basket stars. Oh, so they're basket stars. They're not brittle stars. Related to Gorgonocephalus, which is the basket star group with long, slender arms. That makes a lot of sense because their oral discs look much more like basket stars than like brittle stars.
Wow.
Yeah, I love it. So you can see some of the polyps a little bit out, but you can see where most of them have retracted, kind of where the little star shapes are on the surface of the coral. So these are octocorals, so they have those 8 tentacles, so you can kind of see the 8 pointed star.
Wow. And so are some of them closed versus open just because of that's the way that they are right now?
Yeah, it's kind of like it seemed like when we approached they were already pretty closed, so I don't know why, but it kind of just depends normally. Like if we were to have approached and poked the coral and its polyps were out, it would retract them normally.
I see.
But this one seems, and there's a lot of these.
Yeah.
I think they're polychaetes actually, or some type of
that are like wrapped
worm.
around.
Yeah, and actually some of the tissue almost seems to be growing over some of them.
Oh wow.
Which I haven't really seen with Paragorgia before.
Huh. Does that mean that they could have been just be sitting there for like a long time?
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
and there's a lot on this colony.
Yeah.
Like there's all those purple stripes seem to be some type of worm.
Wow.
And so the Astroscele for the basket stars, they're primarily known from the Aleutian Islands, so getting them from Washington and deep waters would be a range extension.
Oh, wow.
This is a really thick Paragorgia, too. Like the branches themselves are really chunky.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the bubblegum analogy is really fitting for it.
It is. Oh, cool. Jenna Hill gave us some interesting information about a project that she has in this area that's a joint USGS and University of Washington NSF-funded project where they just put out tripods and moorings in Astoria and Quinault Canyons to examine the oceanographic triggers, so waves and currents and tides of sediment gravity flows. So how oceanographic conditions resuspend and remobilize sediment in and around the canyons and move it down the slope. So in about a year from now, we'll have a lot more information about the current flow and sediment flow through these specific canyons.
Yeah, and this will be really interesting to look at, like the bottom currents and turbidity currents that we often see along the continental slope, as long as possible earthquake-triggered events that we know can happen along this margin.
And we're currently at 1,611 meters. And we are at a pretty low dissolved oxygen, so it's only about 1.08 milligrams per liter, which is pretty low in oxygen for most biology. And the temperature is 2.5 degrees Celsius, so it is very cold.
Oh, whoa. Brr.
Even colder than this control room, surprisingly. Yeah, Steve says the darker worms in the branches look like they have scales, so maybe pollinoids, so maybe scale worms. That's what I think too, Steve. Lars, Chris Moss says your instincts are correct. I don't know what that's about. I wasn't listening. But I just wanted to communicate it. This is an opportunity to really use the still camera. There's a lot of depth of field within this view, and this is a really spectacular coral, so we were spending a little extra time working on that objective while we're here.
it's really cool at spots like this how it's kind of like the intersection of all of the people working on the boat. You know, we have the engineers who are helping navigate the ROV around this bubblegum coral, but then we also have our video team able to capture some like really amazing stills, and also a scientist in the back who are interested in examining this coral. I just think it's like a neat example of everybody working together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there might be some areas of the coral that have the polyps out a little bit more towards the top left.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a couple different species of Paragorgia, and it really does take bringing a sample to the surface to be able to ID them, especially if we don't have a lot of samples from an area. So we are considering sampling this, and because we would be able to do multiple collections at once, if we can take a snip from the top, then we might be able to also get one of those astrochelae that Chris Ma was talking about, and one of those scale worms that seems to be wrapped around all over this colony.
Oh, whoa. Oh, wow. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
It's nice to have that black background, too. It really makes it stand out.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Look how nice the color looks on this one.
Oh, wow.
You know?
Yeah, it's like such a vibrant pink.
And you might have heard our navigator a little bit earlier. He said we have about an hour left on bottom, so we're probably down to about 55 minutes before we head back up to the surface.
Now that I've been looking at kind of this rock face, I am seeing more of those, like...
Look at this little octopus down here. We can't see it in the HD, but...
Oh! He's hidden! Wait. Oh, wow. That's funny. Just chilling at the base of this rock.
Yeah, you can see it up, like, walking.
Uh-huh. I wonder if he'll crawl up into the shot.
That'd be amazing.
That would be really cool. He's making his way. Oh. Might be too slow.
Paige and I are talking. There's a small octopus at the base of this rock that we can see in one of the other video feeds that is maybe not displaying out to YouTube, but all the little
we
things
can promise it's there.
You can notice, yeah, when you...
Wow, this is such an amazing shot. Really cool to see this bubblegum coral.
Yeah, this is our first Paragorgia or bubblegum coral for this expedition, or I guess even for this whole field season. So it's really exciting to get to see this healthy and thriving colony here in Quinault Canyon.
Such vibrant colors, too. I love those pops of pink.
This is also possibly indicative that as we move through the rest of our day, we might see some more corals as we keep heading up. And hopefully this is foreshadowing for the rest of the season so that they will have lots of luck finding happy, healthy corals all the way up through Alaska. That's my new children's book, Happy Healthy Corals.
It'd be a song. Happy Healthy Corals.
It's a nice zoom, nice close image of these basket stars that seem to be very happily perched on this Paragorgia. It's so interesting, too, how their arms are always up in the water column like this. This is pretty characteristic where they stretch out, possibly to be catching little organisms that are floating by, or just to be aware of the current. We're not really sure. But it's also always amazes me that we don't see these species on the seafloor. We always seem to just see them perched on corals, so there's kind of a continuous question of like why and how do they get there.
Oh, wow.
Do they settle when they're really young? Do they make their way at some point, and once they find that, you know, coveted coral, they stay for a long time? That's something that's still relatively unknown as far as the relationship, just because of the lack of ability to continue to study the same place over and over again.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah, it's so difficult to get down to this depth that we often can get eyes on the seafloor for essentially a glimpse, and we don't necessarily get to come back very often. So while we get the chance to make these amazing observations now, we might never see this same coral again.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's making his way. We were hoping he would just crawl onto the coral and just increase our wow factor
here
of the day.
I would say wow factor is pretty high. Wow. It's so beautiful.
And this is our 7th dive for this Shakedown and Express expedition. We have hopefully 2 more dives left, so we will be headed up to Quinault Canyon right off of Washington, or off of Seattle, Washington.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And I think this is kind of why we really look for these sloped areas. This is showing that as we've continued to climb up slope today, we've kind of seen more and more of these corals and sponges. On the sediment, we still have a lot of life, but it's different types of life, and the corals and sponges provide habitat for a lot of other animals, so they serve an ecological purpose that is really important for management as well as just scientific inquiry.
Yeah, and it's also really nice geologically because we're kind of able to dig below the sediment when we're on these sloped features and see kind of the hidden bedrock that makes up these steep slopes and that these creatures are able to latch onto.
You did.
Indeed.
Actually, right where we're looking right now, if that is somewhere that you can reach. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, we have, yes, sorry. So our pilots are doing a watch change, so they're going to switch out, and then we will sample a branch of this coral that has both the brittle star as well as those scale worms. Mm-hmm.
And then for this one...
pilot, did they point out to you where we were thinking of sampling? Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I watched somebody else. Okay.
Okay. And while the ROV team sets up to collect this sample, I'm just going to do a quick plug for this port event that we are hosting next weekend. So there'll be a Seattle port event on Saturday, April 28th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Pier 46. And that'll be a good opportunity to see the ROV up close and personal, tour the ship, and learn more about NOAA offices and what we're kind of up to in the Pacific.
Yes. It'll be flexible and it'll be kind of squishy. So I would say if you can get that branch right below where the star is and just make contact with your blades, you should be good. Yeah, that does.
Nice.
Thanks, Pilot. That was great. Bobby, you get Coral Sampling Award for the day. So this has been an exciting dive for us. We've collected 4 biological samples so far. Woo! Which is the most we have done so far on this expedition. So we have 3 different types of coral, and we have a type of sponge. We have a couple associates with some of those collections as well. So we should have a nice little haul to go through in the wet lab when this dive is over. So at the end of these dives, we come back to the surface, and the ROV team brings the ROVs back on board, secures them, and then we collect the samples from the boxes and from the Niskins, and then we bring them into the lab and we process them so that they can be preserved and taken back to shore, so that scientists can access them from either the Smithsonian Natural History Museum for the biological samples or
Oregon State University for the geologic samples. The geology in this area has been it's been hard to gather samples here just because these rocks are so unconsolidated, meaning that they're so kind of like loose that whenever we try to pick up the rock with our manipulator arms, the rock just kind of becomes obliterated, which isn't much help for us once that happens. But it has been great geologically to kind of get a better understanding of this canyon, especially because so much work has been done kind of like south of this canyon and near the canyon, that it's great to kind of get a geologic look into what these slope faces look like. So I'd say a geologic success as well. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious how much time we have left on bottom.
Let's see.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to.
Hey, Nav, when you have a second, could you let us know how much time we have left on bottom?
Thanks, Alexis.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks.
So just on the port side of the coral, there was an octopus that had started kind of crawling around. I think we have plenty of great imagery of the coral. So if we want to look at the octopus or just start heading up, either are options. Just to the left of the coral. So if we kind of scoot over that way a little bit, he's a little purple octopus.
And I'm also still kind of curious where that trail of clams leads to. But we can see if we get there.
I don't know if
we're
that's quite
far
on our
off. Yeah.
track, but it's also not too crazy to veer off track for something that exciting.
I know. We'll see.
Do you see it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's so small. Oh, my gosh.
So, yeah, quite a bit smaller than the ones we were seeing before on the sediment. So probably a different species, but I'm not quite sure. Looks so small next to the coral.
Yeah. Very miniature. Oh, just about 10 centimeters across.
Kind of cruising over to where that coral is.
Yeah, that's where all the activity is, supposedly. So
there's also, it looks like, possibly a pycnogonid on the left, so a sea spider crawling up the face of that rock.
Oh, that orange one?
Yeah. And sea spiders like anemones, so he might be hunting for his next meal.
Well, this is a paradise with all these fly-trapping enemies.
Seriously? I'm surprised we haven't seen more,
good.
honestly. Like,
yeah.
They should be trying to find this neighborhood.
Yeah. Oh.
what a cute little
Oh,
octopus.
wow. I love watching them, like, crawl around. It's so fascinating.
So we had the lasers on a minute ago, which are 10 centimeters, and this octopus looks to be only about 10 centimeters in length. So that's a pretty small little guy.
Yeah. It's really cool to watch his kind of, like, head, almost like inhale, exhale.
Yeah.
What do you call that top portion? I forgot.
The mantle.
Mantle.
And that's how they breathe. So they're using those siphons to bring water into the mantle. They also don't have bones. They're invertebrates, right? So they puff themselves up with water to move.
Is that a sponge over on the right?
It does look like a sponge, yes.
Woo!
That white sponge, and then looks like a feather worm and a couple other anemones.
Oh, weird. There's like something hanging off of its eye, the octopus's eye.
Yeah.
That's strange.
I bet he can fit in some of these little faults and crevices.
Oh, definitely.
Makes you wonder how many of these little octopus might be just hanging out where we can't see them.
Yeah, fully, especially this small.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, that was great.
It's
Thank
beautiful.
you. Yeah, we can start heading up slope. So we started at about 1,730 meters, and we are currently at around 1,610 meters. So we're working our way up this side of this canyon, and looking for areas of pretty high slope or high relief, because that's where we find a lot of these communities living. We've seen a lot of anemones today that seem to like this area. We've also seen some pretty interesting changes in the biology as we moved up.
Yeah.
So definitely a different community that was living kind of in the flat area at the base. Yeah. Are you talking to me? No. It's okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I would love to fire Niskin here.
Yeah, and so those at home that are unfamiliar with our ROV setup, we have a couple, we're called Niskin bottles at the back of D2 that are just these bottles that will collapse in the water column that allow us to collect water in situ, and we bring that up to the surface and extract environmental DNA or eDNA from it. Oh. Ah. Wait. No.
It's okay. It's okay.
We'll get it.
Just put water, W.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Sweets.
Definitely got some interesting terrain on our way up.
Oh, yeah. These rocks look super mashed up. They almost look, these regions where you can see those kind of like linear planes almost look like metamorphosed, meaning that they kind of undergone some like high pressure, high temperature, where the minerals start self-aligning and kind of creating these like streams of minerals. That's really cool.
There's our trail of shell hash
Oh,
on
hello.
the side.
Yeah.
And a nice big sponge. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, so you guys weren't here earlier, but we noticed this kind of, we call it shell hash, but it looks like a trail of shells that are likely indicative that at some point there was chemosynthetic environments around here. So it's interesting sometimes to follow those, but if it doesn't work with our track, that's fine too. Cool.
Great.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So much to observe here. It's sweet.
There's a couple of different sponges here. It looks like, or is that a sea star? Or sponge?
Where?
This
That
white
one?
thing?
It looks like it has that like central
It does.
mouth,
It's
which
just kind of slumpy. Looks- Yeah, I've seen a couple of those crabs today. Yeah. We've got some of these buconid gastropods still, which is interesting because we had those also down in the sediment. There's a nice black coral coming up left of center.
Oh, wow.
Which maybe our 4th or 5th black coral for today. We took a sample of probably a similar type earlier today.
Ooh, water column.
Hey, Pilot, would you guys be okay with doing another Niskin right here? Acquired.
Heck yeah.
Pilot, we have a request from shore when you have a chance to take a zoom on one of those like kind of see-through blobs. There's all the like white blobs.
Oh, yeah, there's so many of them.
It'll help us to ID what they are to get a better look. We've got our lasers on so we can see that they're just maybe 5 centimeters, 4 or 5 centimeters across.
Oh, wow, super small.
I know, you have to sometimes remind yourself that even though our cameras can make things really big, they're actually pretty small sometimes. I have to remind myself that.
Oh, yeah, no. So.
Wow, look at all that. Yeah, we want the blob.
Oh. Yeah, this is a great perspective on the sediment that's kind of tubular.
So it's probably
fecal matter.
These look like
Oh wow, they look like filters.
Yeah.
Fully.
Yeah, fecal matter. So the two like that would be the mud coming out from something that would have eaten what was in the mud.
I see.
And then this is either like a sponge or it could be, Abby was thinking it might be an Ascadian.
Oh, Ascadian.
Yeah, so on shore, Dougal Lindsay and Abigail Powell are saying this is an Ascadian, so a type of sea tunicate.
Oh, tunicate.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's also really cool to see some of the breaks in the rock. There's so many like almost perfectly vertical breaks in the rocks here, like just seen here, and I think that's an erosive feature given the fact that these rocks are super unconsolidated. Oh, that's cool. Abby was just saying that the two holes on that Ascadian that we were just zooming into, one of them's an inhalant and the other one's an exhalant for siphons. That's neat. Ooh, yes.
Oh, it also looks like down below there's a old stalk from probably what was either like a bamboo coral. We don't need to, it's not alive, so we don't need to zoom on it, but it means that there might have been a coral here.
Okay.
It's also really interesting in the Geology, you can see kind of at the top of the screen, the top left-ish, you can see there's like a dark block material that's kind of stopped as you go forward or as you go up in the camera view, and you can see more of that like lighter sediment, and it almost looks like
coral.
Oh, that's sweet.
Sorry.
That's a great shot. No, that's a great shot. And it shows more of what I'm talking about. It almost looks like two different types of rock there, or it's a place where I can't tell whether it's just sloped and the sediment is just accumulating there. Coral.
Coral. So that long stalk is a coral that we'll take a look at when we have a chance.
Yeah, we're waiting on a ship move here.
Awesome. It looks like it's a bamboo coral, just by guessing right now.
Yeah, that was left over.
The way
Meredith also looks like a tall bamboo. So we will see once we get to take a zoom, and we'll talk about why we call them bamboo corals.
Oh.
How's that? It goes all the way out. Yeah.
It's also funny because we just saw a stalk down below that I said was probably a dead bamboo. So now we have a live bamboo.
A nice compliment.
We have some more.
So much life down here.
Yeah, we got a lot of anemones.
Yeah, there's so much to look at.
And we can really see, like we talked about at the beginning of the dive, on the soft sediment that's flat, you have a much different community and these kind of upraised or is that
uplifted?
There
yes.
we go. Uplifted features create a different type of habitat. So you have different animals that might prefer living up on these rock features, or at least more consolidated mud than in the really silty mud that's down below.
Yeah, and we were kind of talking about this earlier, but there's been some work done on the types of rock that are in this area, and they've actually found that a lot of this sediment is from some of the glacial movement during the Missoula floods. So a lot of this is kind of from that offshoot of water coming from the Columbia River off coast, which is pretty sweet.
I was just bumping these rocks to see if they were loose, but
yeah,
all they accomplished was scaring the anemone.
Thank you for checking. Yeah, I have a feeling that these are some more crumbly guys.
Oh, have you tried to sample one and it crumbled?
We haven't yet, and I would be interested in seeing if we have time to do that, but I haven't quite seen a loose rock on this face yet.
I'll keep my eye out. That's why I was just bumping those. They were not loose.
Cool, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the real challenges of working down here and trying to sample is that for geology, we can really only handle sampling a loose rock, so something that's been dislodged already, and that's not always easy to find.
Yeah, right, and because that's one of the things that you kind of want from a geologic sample is you want to understand the environment that it came from, and you want to essentially just kind of pluck it from the space that it came from, and that can be really hard to do with just manipulator arms, like the ROV has.
Gotcha.
But it's still really great to have any sort of sample from the seafloor.
So we're coming up on this tall bamboo coral, or family from the family Isididae, and we call them bamboo corals because they have what looks like, their stalk looks like a stalk of bamboo. So there's a calcium carbonate section, and then there's like a proteinaceous node that's like a darker color. And then you have a calcium carbonate section, and then you have a darker node. And so it kind of looks like a bamboo stalk when the skeleton is bare.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And those like proteinaceous nodes give it some flexibility, so it makes it to where it could probably move a little bit more in the water than if it was just a solid calcium carbonate structure, where it might snap with like too high of a current.
Yeah, stand by. Just getting a toe in.
You can see the polyps kind of retracted. Did you see that when we came in? It was like fuzzier when we were looking at it from further away.
Yeah, it's kind of, enveloped itself.
Yeah, so they
tend
to be sensitive to motion. And so probably when we approached, it can feel that water motion around it. And so it pulls its tentacles in as just like a defense mechanism, a way to protect itself. But when we come in a little closer, you'll see those colorations in the skeleton. And a nice big orange anemone down at the base.
Oh, yeah.
And that little sea star over on the side.
Oh, yeah, I think Chris was asking for a zoom in on that sea star.
Oh, okay, we can do that after we get this one. So you can see the tissue goes all the way down to the base. And then see the black node that's up a little bit.
Oh, so it does look like a bamboo underneath. Oh, that's so cool. Wow.
And I think this might be Lepidopsis. That's one of the ones that I know that's unbranched, but the bamboo phylogeny is not fully resolved. So
really?
Sometimes we don't know exactly what something is. Yeah. Really close look at the polyps, and these have pretty translucent tissue, so you can see kind of the mesoteres on the inside, that pink part of the polyp, and then even they have what are called spicules, so it's those little calcareous spines that help identify by species, but certain species have really pronounced ones that you can even see on video like this when you get really close. And yeah, when we see how the polyps have like a ring around, there's the spines. It's kind of like a crown of thorns that comes out around the polyp mouth.
I can see them.
Yeah. And so those sclerites are diagnostic for determining species. So that's one of the reasons that it's important to collect certain corals, because we can't look at those without looking at them under a microscope. And we often need even a scanning electron microscope. So,
super small.
Yeah, super small.
I think that's all the way up.
But we've done some really good collections today, so we're not going to collect this coral, but this imagery is really helpful. And he's tall.
Yeah.
Is he taller than D2?
Well, let's see. It's taller than I can tilt zoomed. You can see the toes of D2 are just a foot or so below it.
Okay.
Is that full wide video? Yeah.
That's a pretty tall coral.
Yeah.
Copilot, can you do the mini zoos up to try to see top of it?
Yeah, and Meredith Everett's letting us know that they have what's called B1, which is a clade of corals that typically has this whip form from the west coast, and they have some collections of it. So that's really nice to know from shore, so that we know that it's not as vital of a collection to do while we're out here.
Wow.
And we can sample specimens that we know haven't been collected yet.
No, that's good. Yeah, it's about the same height. Okay. Well, yeah, so this coral is taller than D2.
That's
oh my
cool.
gosh. Wow.
So I'm going to just lift off carefully here. Are we full wide video? All right.
Yeah, so we like to try and understand how large something is, so we use the lasers, and other times we use D2 as a measuring tool. So it's cool to know that this coral is taller than D2, and if you've had the chance to see the vehicle on deck or next to a person, you know that D2 is a pretty large robot.
Yeah, isn't it? It's like a small sedan.
Yeah.
I've heard that comparison, and that feels pretty right.
I always say, like, size of a car. And if you happen to be in Seattle or close to Seattle and you would like to come visit the ship and see D2 and Sirius, there will be a port event at Pier 46 in Seattle this coming Saturday, which is open to the public, so you'll get to be able to kind of walk onto the outside of the ship and see the vehicles and talk to some of the people that are involved in these expeditions. Wow.
Wow, that's so cool.
Oh,
it's
up
so
on
mega.
My side, yeah.
It's so mega.
Yeah. This is also a nice shot because you can see some of the platier kind of geology behind us, some of that like classic sedimentation that we see with this mud. It kind of just forms these plates that we haven't really been able to see on this like north-facing face that we've been crawling up, but on this angle you can easily, or you can see it a lot easier.
How old would this coral be?
You know, I'm not sure. It's hard to date them, but probably pretty old. It's hard to determine without being able to take the base of a coral when you can, and then you can do radiometric dating with the isotopes that are inside the coral skeleton. But they vary a lot in their growth rates, and we also just don't know a whole lot about their growth rates because they're hard to study in situ and hard to keep alive other than in the deep sea. So it's still a question that people are trying to answer. And there's an octopus.
Oh my gosh. They're everywhere.
It is.
Indeed. indeed. Yeah, it's funny. I feel like when we first descended, we were like noting how much marine snow was kind of suspended in the water column, and we were like, this is indicative of maybe a lot of nutrient availability and a lot of creatures. And now that we're upslope, you can see that was in fact very true.
Is there any
there's so
interest
many.
in this octopus, or is it one we've seen?
I think we should snap on it at least. It's definitely bigger than the last one we saw.
Okay, I've got lasers on video. You want to snap? I'm just hovering here.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, wow.
I love how its tentacles are like symmetrical and make this nice little ring around its body.
Yeah.
Definitely looks to have some different mantle coloration, but octopus have chromatophores, so they can change their coloration.
Neat.
And I'm not an octopus expert, so I can't ID to species, but probably some type of muse octopus, which is a group of deep sea octopus. That's great, pilot. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just fly up past the video.
This has been a really fun
Yeah,
dive.
you can go wide.
Yeah, this is really fun.
This is why I like canyons.
I know, in each one I'm like, I could talk about this, but maybe not this one. Well, luckily we'll be tomorrow we're heading to a different canyon up north. So right now we're kind of outside of like central Washington, closer to the Columbia River, but we'll be heading north to northern Washington, and we'll be closer to the outlet where the Salish Sea comes out. And we'll be in Nittinet Canyon, which is also part of it is also protected by Olympic National Marine Sanctuaries. Kind of like here, we're just outside of the sanctuary here, but it'll hopefully provide some cool biodiversity.
Yeah, and it's really nice to be able to get these views of what's outside of a marine sanctuary as well as inside a marine sanctuary, so that you can kind of have that understanding that just because there's a line there for the sanctuary doesn't mean that the biodiversity ends, right? We have a lot of things that are still oh wow.
What is that? Wait.
Paracordia.
Oh, wow.
You can see them in the cam up
top.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the one on the bottom, but it's the one to the right.
Look up in this cam.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I feel like we're the ones that get the sneak peek
I know you do. You get
before everybody else.
So we sit in this room where the pilots have all of their screens in front of them so that they're able to navigate, and so some of them give you a little view of what might be in front before the HD camera actually gets to see it. And these are a couple more nice big Paragorgia or bubblegum corals like we saw earlier.
Looks like there's a crab at the base of one of them. That's cool. Oh, they're huge. Yeah, so 10 centimeters are those lasers at the bottom in the center of the screen, and you can see on the base. This base is probably at least 30 centimeters. That hold fast is really how that coral is able to attach and continue to grow off of this side of a cliff, essentially. Oh, and we have more stuff above us. This is so exciting. Oh my gosh, this is really cool.
These are the days where you're like, this is what I get to do for a job.
It is pretty unreal. This is also a great shot. You can see kind of up ahead some of the different rock layers that show different degrees. Go for it.
Sorry.
I know you want to talk about the coral. I'm going to let you talk about the coral.
There's another coral behind us what is that called?
Foreground.
Foreground? Background.
Oh, background, yeah.
That looks to be a different type of coral. So these are great to get some images of, but we already sampled this kind, so we would definitely want to take a closer look at that coral in the background.
All right.
And sorry, Paige, tell us about the rocks.
No, I was just mentioning how there seems to be kind of like either two different rock types or two different rock types with different degrees of weathering. We're seeing like that dark band that's kind of going like laterally, kind of intermittently like deposited on top of this kind of more like grayish, kind of brown sediment, and I'd have to fully dive in to see what we're looking at, but we are likely seeing different degrees of weathering of the same rock, because it's probably all still just like sedimentary.
Wow, do you see the big crab on the back of that Paragorgia? It's like one of these. But
Oh,
it is
yeah.
up on the, that's pretty
Oh, that's wild.
significant.
Do they crawl up? Something like
I mean, yeah,
this?
they must. But
I guess since he's there.
But that's not necessarily super normal to see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll get a closer look at this before we try and ID it, but it's definitely not a Paragorgia. But it's a beautiful looking bushy colony. Yes, Nav. Okay.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, right.
So I would like to zoom on this coral, and then we can fire the 3 Niskins right here. So I prefer to do them here just because for the eDNA it helps to kind of know that we have some DNA around. So, thank you. Yeah, this looks like a black coral, so a different type of black coral.
Oh, wow. So much bushier.
We're going to get a zoom on this, and then we only have a couple minutes left on the seafloor, so we're going to fire our remaining Niskins to get our water samples, and then we'll begin our ascent.
Video, you're free to zoom.
And I'm also kind of curious because this zoom in also allows us to look at some of the rocks as well, and it seems like these corals and a lot of the diverse biology that we're looking at seems to attach onto this kind of darker looking rock segment, and I'm curious if that's almost like shale or something much harder, but
yeah, that's a good observation.
Yeah.
It definitely makes sense considering we're seeing much larger colonies, so they need something that's not going to crumble as they gain biomass, right? And they become heavier.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is really cool.
Yeah, this is beautiful. So Meredith has said that she thinks this might be Trisopathes, which is a genus of black coral, which have that same black skeleton underneath, and then you have the kind of brightly colored tissue on top. Trisopathes has this really bushy morphology, versus the other black corals we have seen today just have kind of a planar branching pattern where they just have a couple sets of branches. These ones tend to have more dense branching.
Please pardon the interruption. Your conference contains less than 3 participants at this time and will be disconnected in 2 minutes. If you would like to continue, press star 1 now, or the conference will be terminated.
Co-pilot, could you come down maybe a meter or 2? Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, I see in the waves. I saw the 21. Yeah, the waves are really grabbing me. All right, we'll do a hovering zoom on this guy.
Yeah, look at all
that
that
black.
black.
Time to move Sirius into place.
Yeah, it's almost like just intermittent between.
Yeah.
Yeah, the delta went from 14 to 22. Yanked me off. Yeah.
Please pardon the interruption. Your conference contains less than 3 participants at this time and will be disconnected in 1 minute. If you would like to continue, press star 1 now, or the conference will be terminated.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking that those dark bands, I'm wondering if that is shale, which can kind of is more compacted mud, so instead of that unconsolidated mud that we've been seeing, if it's more...
Niskins.
Oh, okay.
Okay, video, you can go in here.
Oh, that was Niskin 4, Niskin 3.
Don't go too tight because I am hovering here, being yanked around.
That was 4.
That should have been...
think we missed one.
Wait, where do we have the Niskin cam? Oh, it was 4. Dang.
Okay, seems pretty stable. You can go in a bit more.
Yeah, that's great footage. You can see how small the polyps are in relation to the other black coral we were looking at earlier.
Okay, go wide.
That's great, Pilot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and Meredith, I do think that we just got some good still images of that. So should be a good addition to your collection.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I think we did miss Niskin number 3.
Yeah, we'll ask about it.
I don't know what happened there, though.
Okay. Centering the still up. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Art, you getting anything for the R3? Coming down. That's good. How's that look? Okay. Yeah. All right. Sorry, that was the best I could do out here. Okay, coming back.
And so we have reached the time that we're going to start heading back to the surface so that the ROVs are on deck. Oh, there's more corals. We'll just watch them as we float away.
Okay.
But we have had a really nice dive today, and we're able to see a number of geological features as well as interesting biological communities as we moved up this canyon wall. And we started today at around 1,730 meters, and we are headed back up from around 1,590 meters.
Oh, wow.
We definitely saw some transitions as we went up, changes in geomorphology as well as biological assemblages. So it's been a really, really fun day on the seafloor.
Excellent.
Yeah, and tomorrow we'll be heading up to Quinault Canyon, so further up the coast, and we hope that you all will join us.
Yeah, we will hopefully be diving around the same time tomorrow, and weather permitting.
Right, weather
we
permitting,
will
always.
have 2 more dives on this expedition, and then, like we said, we'll be in Seattle with the Okeanos Explorer at Pier 46 for a public tour event. So if you are local to the area or you want to make a trip over to Seattle, you can come take a tour of the ship and see the vehicles and meet some of the people that get to work aboard this wonderful vessel.
Yeah, and that'll be on the 29th from 10 to about 5.
So we will sign off for now,
Yeah,
and we'll hopefully
away from the
be back with you
train
tomorrow.
Woohoo!
Okay. Yep, I'll back, and I'll turn to port, and then we'll be streamed properly, and we can